Hello everybody, and welcome to Let's Play Guild Wars 2, Janthir Wilds, Absolution, Part 2. Or should I say Part 2? Maybe actually it's the finale. I don't know. This is weird, guys. Honestly, I loved my time in Absolution yesterday. It was really good. I had a lot of fun. The lore, yeah, okay, to immediately start repeating myself from what stuff we discussed yesterday. Look, the presentation could use work. I would like more dialogue. I would like more, like time in the instances, blah, 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 blah. But the lore, it's all right, Yeah, we're just pressing F and reading things. All right, fine. Let's be reductive about that. But what we're reading, I'm liking. I do like what they're doing with the story. I had a lot of fun. Excuse me, God, we're dying already. The meta event, was okay. It was a bit lame to get rushed by the stuff at the end. But overall, I had a great experience yesterday playing Absolution. But man, the feedback I'm getting online is that this is not a great patch. Now, I have a friend who beat the patch like 2 days ago, and he said he likewise, and I quite respect his opinion. He likewise said he really, really enjoyed the opening stuff just as I did, but he does think I'm gonna hate it by the end. And he hated it by the end. So we'll see. I don't know. Is this part 2 or is this finale? I have a fear that it's just kind of be some quick low rate instances and then we're done very, very quickly. So fingers crossed. There's something to enjoy at least here. So yeah, anyway, here I am. I'm on Odrin. I'm on the loading screen as well. Considering this might be in some respects the end of Janthir Wilds, thought it'd be nice to at least show the character select screen again, which, I love. The music's really good. We haven't seen this. I haven't really indulged in this for ages. What I usually use in-game is the option that randomizes it. So today we got lucky. We got the Janthir Wilds one. You got one of the little homesteads back there. Let's log in on Odrin Wilds. Also, by the way, in the background behind our characters, obviously you get the nice little art showing where they are. Like this character's in Ascalon. I can tell based on the art back there behind the character's silhouette. And we get some new ones for Bavanisos. Alright, so let's log in on Odrin. Let's kick it up. The thumbnail today I did is the Homestead Gem Store background, which I'm probably not going to be really showing in this video, to be honest, but it was just different and distinct from the previous episode. A lot of what I do with thumbnails now, like, I don't even really... Like, once the thumbnail's complete, it's got the text on there, it's got the potato face and everything on there. I feel like you can't really enjoy the art in the background anyway. All I want is it looks distinct than the previous content I made, so that if you watch yesterday's VOD, you'll know that this is a different one, right? Because the last one had a very, yellow, orangey depiction. This one's got a very blue one. And what I'm also doing is I'm playing with the aspect ratio. You guys will notice I'm like letterboxing it quite often. Like I'm trying to alternate days, like a full image and then a letterboxed image, and then a full image and then a letterboxed image. I feel like that somewhat works too. Just the weird, silly things that I end up thinking about. I've also been mirror imaging the potato character a lot, and he looks totally different. It's really weird. I think that Tato thumbnail's facial emote will be what WP will have towards the end of Absolution. I think it's a thumbs up today, isn't it? It's a thumbs up, I think. All right, so yeah, I do have a little bit of a Q&A bit for us here at the start, which I think will be quite fun. Also, Costage there in chat has linked me. So in the previous patch, in the Mistburned Barrens, right, there were lots of notes all over. Now, if you watched my playthrough of it, I've already read those notes and we've gone through them, but we did it very sporadically. Like maybe one note appeared in episode 1, 2 notes appeared in episode 3, 4 notes appeared in the last episode, but one of them was related to the note from episode 2. They were kind of all over the place. So I've kind of just got all the screenshots off of Wiki here. Which will hopefully put us a bit more in the mindset of some of these Massart characters and what they were doing. And then also just some questions and comments from you guys, which might be fun to read. So let's just jump in on that. First of all, in a recent video on the recap I did just before we started Absolution, I was talking about this idea of, like, death. Have you guys ever heard of that? No, the idea that, you die and then you... but you die multiple times. The other deaths are last time someone speaks about you, last time someone thinks about you, or you influence the world at all. Anyway, I was talking about that. This guy here, Denialism, says that's called Memory Eternal, which is why my wife and I went to the Orthodox Church. This is as real as things get. I had no idea there were churches talking about, or, you know, preaching, or, you know, focused on such a concept. I had no idea. What do you mean, the Orthodox church? Orthodox in what way? Christian Orthodox? Anyway, yeah, that's quite interesting. I actually wasn't going to put this in the Q&A here, but there you go. There it is at the start. All right, next one. So let's get into Guild Wars stuff. So Sammy Bree. Sammy Bree's left a lot of good messages. I try not to get the same person over and over and over and over again, even though it tends to be some people have got really, really cool insights and they go on a bit of a tirade about lore and then they end up typing a lot of stuff, and I kind of want to platform all of their comments, really. But here's one from Sammy. Maybe I got another one in here somewhere. So in the last episode, we saw this broken mirror, right? And I said, oh, this is mirror. And Sammy says, was this suggesting that Balthazar came to Barvanisos with Lyssa's mirror? I remember he had it on him when he was disguised as Lazarus. Do you think he came here shortly after to maybe get more bloodstone magic, then tossed the mirror on the ground and said, I don't need this anymore, since we broke the illusion with Casimir in the Dragon Lab? Or is this just me being dumb? Yeah, you know what? I don't fully remember what happened to the mirror after we broke the illusion. When we break the illusion, do we break the mirror at the same time? I remember the setting of the scene. I remember it's in the Ratanovus lab and all that, but I can't remember exactly what actually happens with the mirror there. Does it break in that moment, or does it just vanish from the story? Obviously, it's a big outstanding mystery. Why does he have the mirror? What was the nature of Balthazar's collaboration with Lyssa specifically? He condemns all the other gods at the end of POF. He doesn't condemn her. Arenanet clearly have a hook there and something to talk about. But I don't really. The thing is, my head kind of ran through all this as well yesterday when we saw those mirror fragments on the floor. But I don't know. I suppose it's not impossible to believe that Balthazar was running around to lots of different areas of Tyria before eventually setting in the Crystal Desert. I don't know. I haven't finished the patch, so I don't know. If they reveal this Mistgate is genuinely of the gods, if that's a divine artifact, and it is... So my theory about the gate is that's how the gods left Tyria, okay, ultimately. And it was hidden away at Ore or something, and then it got taken here by the Massar. That's my theory. If Arenanet put that very concretely, and this is a godly thing, then yeah, I think seeing shattered mirror shards around it, it might not be talking about just specifically the mirror that Balthazar had, but maybe Lyssa has lots of these mirrors, and, you know, these are just fragments of one of them. The other thing, though, is there's, like, Massart mirrors around as a part of the mastery, which sort of muddies the waters a bit, and could mean that they're just sort of referring to that. Or alluding to that. I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking many of the same things. And I basically, as the dialogue was going, I sort of came to the conclusion it didn't really fit too well to be Lyssa. But it could be. If that's what the portal is, it could be. All right, next we've got Rebby Crew, who says, I'm curious to see how this conclusion hits you. I'm curious to see how it hits me too. For me, it was good. It got me back into the story for the first time in a bit. I feel like these first two mini X-Packs, Arenanet really wanted to push the limits of their workflow. And, look, listen, that statement, they're trying to push the limits of their workflow. I've always had the impression that they are sincerely doing that. I've never had the impression of a period of Guild Wars 2's life. Never. Not when they're doing really dodgy shit. Like pushing through Icebrood Saga really fast. Like the significant downtime at the end of Dragons. Like the experiment that was Season 1. All of these were damaging periods for the game. But at no point did I ever feel that they weren't trying as hard as they can or pushing the limits of their work through. Seriously, even through, like, this, so to speak, content droughts, if you will. I've always felt there was a sincere desire to do the most with what they've got. And so, yes, I think they're doing that with the mini X-Packs, but I just kind of want to put a point on it that, you know, I'm being a bit of a fanboy, a bit of a bootlicker, whatever, call me what you like, but I really do think they have always tried, so... Anyway, peeking behind the curtain... Sorry, I've skipped ahead. I feel like these first two mini X-Packs, Arenanet really wanted to push the limits of their workflow, see how close they can get to the expansion experience that they can get to. Peeking behind the curtain a bit at Arenanet, it would not surprise me if they wanted the first couple of these mini X-Packs to take place in a completely new area, so that they can truly experiment with how to tell stories and run things on a long-term basis using this model. I feel like these mini X-Packs will start to visit more and more familiar areas to follow up on our initial actions, and if we're lucky, deal with the fallout of those actions as well. Some of those responses in that final instance really seemed like it was begging for us to ask ourselves, Oh yeah, I forgot they were still working through that. Well, I don't know what you're alluding to there with the final instances. This patch felt like the lead up to, and including the penultimate episode, is where most of the meat was. Where this patch was the cooldown from everything as we start to focus locally again. At least those are the breadcrumbs that I feel like I'm picking up. There's like 3 massive conversations all mixed up together in this comment. I guess the first one that I'll pick at here is... Look, if you interpret this patch as a cooldown patch, as a, oh, here's where we'll go next, here's some breadcrumbs kind of patch, I don't think that's a good patch. I haven't even played it yet. But there is a certain expectation when people have kept tabs on the game for 9 months. There's an expectation that the last release feels like a finale. I think it's going to be a mistake. If this feels like a cooldown patch, what am I cooling down from? I feel like the previous patch was foreplay. The patch before that was foreplay. The patch before that, we were at the restaurant on the date. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm ready for sex. And it's like, I don't want to be on cooldown right now. So I feel like that will be a bit of a mistake. And I'm a little bit nervous about this because I know I'm going to be very teased and excited to keep the metaphor going. By all these hints that might be coming up. Oh, we might go here, we might go here. I've enjoyed that every time they've done that through Secrets of the Obscure and through Janthir Wilds. Whenever Kate has talked about the Pale Tree, whenever we've had like little hints and inklings about, you know, other areas of the world, like those Lion's Arch instances were dripping. I loved that stuff. And I'll probably love it here too. So I just want to say to people watching this episode, as we go forwards, if you're a hater and you're looking for me to be a hater, first of all, that's a bit of a dodgy mindset, but I know where it comes from. But if that's where you are, if I get really excited about these teasers and hints, I still don't necessarily know that can be a substitute for the patch, right? Like, is it right for us to be on a cooldown patch right now? Anyway, the other thing that you're kind of talking about here is the idea that later mini X-Packs can be in existing areas of the world. Look, I'm very confident that future mini X-Packs, from a writing perspective, they will pick up existing threads. I don't think they're going to invent anything totally new. I really think we'll get a mini X-Pack about Malik and the Pale Tree and healing our current Pale Tree, right? I really think that's going to be a thing. I think we'll get a mini X-Pack about Raisu Palace. I think we'll get a mini X-Pack about the Lagos and what's going on with the Quaggan, right? I think... so the gods are an interesting one, because we might be circling around the gods in this release. I mean, we've been talking about them in these lore books already. That, to me, might be more of a Project Tyria thing. I don't know. I feel very weird about the gods. I've said this before. I felt really weird when Balthazar was in the story in Season 3. It was just so odd seeing him looking like a Norn, tangibly there, speaking like a cartoon character with a deep bellowing voice. Like, there was something... He was so demystified by that it kind of ruined it in a lot of ways. And I felt that instantly. The first fraction of a second when he was there, I think didn't they reveal it in a trailer? It was a really weird one for me in Season 3. And I feel like if we have Melandru wandering around or whatever, it's going to be similar. As far as Project Tyria is concerned, if it's packaged within an entirely new engine and it's Unreal and it's all this and blah blah blah, you know, maybe it's more of a thing. But I don't know about it as part of a mini X-Pack. I didn't know about it as a part of Living World or whatever. I don't know. I didn't even know about it as a part of POF, which to my mind is the highest quality expansion they ever made and is really good. Anyway, so from a writing perspective, yes, I think they'll pick up existing threads, even maybe these god threads, fine, whatever. But that's not necessarily the same thing as going back to earlier areas of the world. I don't know what you've experienced at the end of Absolution here. I will, hopefully, very soon. But I don't think that we're going to have, like, significant time back in Core Tyria. Now, why do I say that? I'm a huge advocate for that. I want lots of time in Core Tyria. I love that they reuse the guild headquarters. I think it's brilliant. I think Janthir Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure, I think End of Dragons, I think Icebrood Saga, I think all of them should have spent loads of time back in Core Tyria. I loved the prologue in Core Tyria for Secrets of the Obscure. I loved the prologue in Core Tyria at the start of POF. I love that when the devs were talking about writing the start of POF, they had an idea of like a more substantial start before we got on the airship, but a lot of it got cut for time. That they had that impulse. I think Core Tyria is beautiful. I think that the best thing that Arenanet can do is look back at Corteria, bump up the personal story, give incentive to re-level, all kinds of things. Corteria is incredible, and I think the entire game should be embraced. And the fact that Corteria is free to play and open to everyone means it should be leveraged and it should be used. I believe in a mini X-Pack where we go off and we come back, and we go off and we come back, and we go off and we go... I really do. I'm a huge advocate for Corteria. But I don't think they're going to do it, really. I mean, look, we might get the odd instance. We have the Lion's Arch instances, and they're brilliant. We might get the odd prologue. But... if they did Corteria... I'm trying to find the way to phrase this. How do I phrase this in a way that... Look, I don't know how much they like writing. Like, the ticky-tacky small details. Right, like Murmuring Creek here doesn't have any dialogue for me. The instances, like for a long time with Guild Wars, right, I thought the problem largely was voice acting. I thought we had limited screen time. I thought there were two problems, okay? For a long time, I thought there were two problems. Okay, so let's just, headline is we want more story, right? We want the expansion to be longer. We want more meat, right? So that's the headline. The question is, why don't we get it? And the answer to that, the problem, why don't we get more? Assuming you believe in the headline and all that, why don't we get more? The answer to that is, I had two answers. One, instances are really tedious and complicated and difficult to make. And having to reinvent the wheel with mini games and all these different interactions and special little things over and over and over again takes ages. Like, look at Season 2 and Season 3, especially for that, where they were constantly giving you new skill bars and constantly... They were putting insane fucking effort into every little instance, really, really trying to do high-quality instances. And this is stuff that people play for like 5 to 15 minutes, and it's gone forever. Very few go back and get the achievements. Very few replay it in later years. It's a huge amount of work to make these instances that a lot of people don't go back to. And there's ways of fixing that by looking at the RPG in general, but like, I think that they're kind of limited on screen time because the instances are a pain in the ass. And secondarily, I think that they were limited on screen time, or this was my old belief, that it was because of voice acting. These two things, right? You can only get so much dialogue because you've got to pay voice actors because it's difficult and slow and tricky. You have to get it right. You can't write a line and tweak it after the voice is already in the can, or after, you know, everything's all go. And you've got all these different languages as well, right? So they're not just making the game for English. This really slows shit down. It's very difficult. So voice acting and instance quality. Those were my beliefs about why we didn't get longer story. And my answer to that always has been, well, don't voice act everything. Give us places in Corteria. You don't have to do all the story in instances. Go back to Corteria, or even just the open world if you like, but Corteria is sitting there, and just put text dialogue. You can lean on text dialogue more. You can lean on, like, these lore books and things more. And lore books they're still okay with, but I feel like my answer to that with the voice acting thing just isn't true at this point, because they could have put a lot more in. They could have written a lot more. There's so many opportunities where I could be speaking to different NPCs without voice acting again and again and again. They could bulk it out. For years now, they could have been bulking it out. You can sidestep the instances, you can sidestep the voice acting, and they haven't. And a lot of the time, it feels thin. They feel like they're really pressured. It feels like why can't I ask Isgarin at any point some of these bigger questions and have him push back against me? Why can't I do that? There doesn't need to be voice acting for that. Why isn't that writing there? It's not that crazy of an ask. Why can't I ask Waiting Sorrow about the Heart of the Obscure and have it be pushed off to later? Why can't I make small chit-chat with or any of these characters that are around? Why don't we have more little personality quirks around the main characters, which really is what gives them life? Shit like, you know, Casimir hiccuping and stuff. Like, characters need to be rounded out, right? Why isn't any of that small chit-chat there? There's a lot more. Like, the bulk of... 60% more story that could be there. Just getting to interact with people. Pressing F on them. Engage with the personality system a little. Just engagement. And all that I'm asking for there is I'm not asking for complex instances. I'm not asking for voice acting. I'm not asking for new maps. All I'm asking for there is interaction. And we don't get that interaction. We don't get it. So, look, I used to think it was a voice acting thing and stuff. I don't anymore. I think they just... Maybe it's something about the dev tools they have or whatever. I think it's just... They don't want to write that much, okay? So, like, it's a tricky thing I'm trying to say, because I think they do have good writers, and I think they've got an idea for a big story and stuff. But when it comes to the actual, like, grind of putting a lot of that text in there, I don't think they're that interested. That's my takeaway, and it's a kind of a horrible takeaway, really, but that is my takeaway. I don't think they're that interested in really bulking it out, because as far as I can see, they could bulk it out. These conversations, the small talk could be happening, and it does mean a lot, but they're still kind of in this blockbuster mindset, you know, which they started talking about with Heart of Thorns, where it's like, unless it's like a big dramatic thing that we're discussing, they don't seem to value putting in much. Or like, I don't know, or maybe it's like, to me, I feel like I love Tyria as a setting. There's so much small stuff. And there is kind of chit-chat sometimes. Like, we can chit-chat with these guys, the copy-pasted, that's quality armor. Or, you know, but I don't know. More, I'm talking about the main characters. I'm talking about not the same sort of sentiments. I want to get in a bit deeper with them, and we never can, even though I think we could. So, anyway, so going all the way back to the comment here. This is way too rambly. Jesus Christ, I've got loads of messages to get through here. Look, when we come to this idea of, okay, can we do a lot more in core Tyria in the mini X-Packs? I don't know whether they will, because I don't know whether they really want to put that bulk in, or they have the capacity, for whatever reason. I don't know why. They don't have the capacity to do it. Like, the Lion's Arch instance was excellent, because it's exactly what I'm talking about, exactly what I want. It is a huge outlier. Now, it's a recent outlier, okay? And that means something. It being a recent outlier might mean we see more of it, more of that kind of thing. But, you know, it's a very minimal in the grand scheme of things, you know. We had it twice with the core X-Pack. We haven't had it again in any of these mini patches, right? So, I don't know, maybe I'm totally off base with all of that. But I think what they're doing with mini X-Packs is fairly set in stone. I think the next one we have, let's say it's the Pale Tree, I think we'll get some good instances at the Grove. I don't think we'll be out at Caledon Forest. I don't think we'll be out, you know, at the Corpse Grove in the Maguma Jungle for a while or anything. I think we're just going to have a little bit of an introductory thing, and then it's going to be all new maps. I think that's the format, and I think as far as like nitty-gritty details and like rounding things out through text interactions with NPCs just isn't going to be there. If it was going to be there, they'd be doing it, and they could put it all over the place, you know. Anyway, really rambly. Not sure I totally love my response there, but there it is. It's off the cuff. It's live, so there you have it. As for the conclusion, yeah, I wonder what we'll get. Let's go next. Jesus. Go next, WP. Go next. Okay, Arenanet says, okay, some of the titans were called macrophages. Macrophages are specialized white blood cells that play a crucial role in the innate immune system. They are phagocytic cells, meaning they engulf and digest foreign materials, cellular debris, and pathogens. Macrophages are also involved in initiating the immune response by presenting antigens to other immune cells like T cells. So they're white blood cells. They're a type of white blood cell. I feel like I've heard the name in a fantasy RPG before. Which is funny. But yeah, that's cool. I like it. You like the medical theme on the map? I hadn't really detected a medical theme, but in the name of the Titans, I can see that. Yeah, that's very cool. Nice little bit of extra detail there. So Zhujiang, who's had some amazing comments. I mean, Jesus, you guys have watched my recap of all this stuff? So many good lore comments here. Here's another one. Livia at the end of the meta saying that at times I still see a little girl, Anise, playing pranks in the royal halls with Princess Jenna really obliterated those speculations. Like, maybe Anise is really old, or maybe she's a djinn in disguise, or anything along those lines. I know they're not really serious speculations to begin with, but it's fun to note nonetheless. Also, in the same conversation, Livia just casually revealed Anise is a descendant of Avinia, who we do know. Do we know Avinia having any sons or daughters in Guild Wars 1? Okay, I'll talk about the Avinia thing separately. First of all, the Livia, the Anise thing, I thought the exact same thing. I really did. While that conversation was going on, what was happening in my mind is I was thinking, oh, they're really putting to bed this idea that Anise has got any kind of like magical long life to her or whatever, which is good, and I really think that's excellent. They make that clear, because the waters are a little bit muddy with Livia in the picture. Okay, to rewind for people who are maybe a bit hazy on the details here, back around Guild Wars 2's launch, the big theory was that Anise was Livia. That Anise, because we knew Livia was still around, immortality with the Scepter of War or whatever, and the idea was that this was like her new persona or whatever. She'd glamoured herself with mesmer abilities, and you know, maybe there were some theories that she was a clone or a phantasm of Jenna or whatever. There were lots of fun theories going on, but that was like the idea. And Arenanet added a lot of fuel to the fire in Season 2 when Canark noted that she's probably a lot older than she looks at the Grove, right? Remember that? In retrospect now, I guess that's just... She's just smoothing out some wrinkles. That's it. There's nothing else to it, really. But this was a big thing that added a lot of fuel to the fire, that instance back there in Season 2. And then, of course, as things went along, we got to the end of Season 3. Livia herself actually appeared as a separate character. Kerida, blah, 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 blah. And now we've got these two characters that it's easy to sort of conflate and tangle up together. So actually, one thing I've really liked about Absolution is having both women on screen with very different personalities, butting heads, and also this little insight, this little history where Livia was watching over Anise when she was younger. I think it's really good. Really helps to ground Anise, make it very clear who she is, how she's different from Livia. I really liked that scene, and I thought it was good as like a clarifying scene. So yeah, I was thinking the exact same stuff. All right, next. And here's the second one. Actually, I think they left 3 or 4. I wanted to put them all, but we'll just do 2. My interpretation of the correspondence between Isgarin and Mabon. So I remember in the last part, I was very confused by this. Dagda raging and breaking Dwayna's thing, and I was just wondering if there was a deeper connection. I think I was looking too closely at it. Anyway, so here it is. It wasn't a recent event that infuriated Dagda. It's just something Isgarin said, which is why Mabon responded with, I suggest removing axes from the vicinity next time you broach a contentious topic. I think these three had a conversation about how to deal with Nightfall. Isgarin ordered them to stay clear of the matter, and probably said something contentious during the discussion or debate, which made Dagda angry, and in her anger, she destroyed the astrolabe. Why Dagda would be furious specifically about not intervening in Nightfall, I'm not sure. Because as I said in the previous part, there's no Jotun involvement with any of this necessarily. Of course, it's a reductive mindset I have there to suggest she can only be interested in the context of being a Jotun, right? Like, she can just have her own feelings on the matter. So anyway, I'm not sure. She was probably just frustrated at Isgarin not intervening with any Tyrian matter. Mabon said you can hardly blame her for reacting as she did. Her passion is understandable. Her friends have died. She feels abandoned. So that thing about friends dying, I'm really sure is about Vas and Akeem here. And we each deal with grief in our own way. To me, it sounds like the death of Vas and Akeem and the departure of Waiting Sorrow, which was still affecting her, which made her want to act instead of waiting around and doing nothing. It's her way of dealing with grief. So when Isgarin said, no, we're not intervening in Nightfall, she just snapped. Yeah, I think that's all that book is. It's as simple as that. There wasn't anything more to it. Simplest explanation is usually the right one, right? And I think that is what that scene is. I think you're totally right. Okay, next we've got Gargassus, who says, interesting idea about... So this is just an idea that I kind of want to float. I want to float to people in this YouTube video comments right now. I want to float to people in this YouTube live chat right now. So it's from Gargassus, who says, interesting idea about the unavailable voice acting. Should they just leave out the voices in order to make the story coherent, but take the hit in immersion? So wait, you're saying should they then just leave out the voices in order to make the story coherent, but take the hit in immersion? That's what they did. That's what the game did, isn't it? They've written it. Okay, basically, I'm an advocate for them leaving it exactly as they want it. The story that they've conceived, the way that they've written it, I think that should be what it should be. And unavailability of certain voice actors, if they're confident that within the next 12 months they'll get those voices, all right? This isn't a long-term thing. If they're confident they'll get it during this strike, then just write the story as you want the story to be, all right? There's no need to permanently change your vision or your idea or feel compromised if you're going to get the voices in the end anyway, all right? And that's what they've done. We play through. It's pretty wonky at the moment, you know. Livia doesn't have a voice. Anise doesn't have a voice. And by the way, a lot of people don't like Absolution. I think a good part of that is going to be the voices. The voices matter a lot. And it does drag the instances down. You might not get it so much watching my videos here because I'm voicing them and I'm such a great voice actor. No, like, I'm voicing them, so at least it's still there a bit, right? I'm not doing it very well or whatever, right? I'm not saying I'm an actual substitute for the game. But there's still a bit of flow because you've got me doing it. When you're actually there, a nerd, alone, playing the game in silence, and you're having to flick your eyes down privately, without the sense that there's like a community doing it at the same time, just reading the text, it doesn't feel good. I remember when Grothmar not Grothmar, Jesus Christ, Drizzlewood came out. And, you know, these patches didn't... this was COVID-related voice acting issues. And, you know, this shit was... these instances really suffered in terms of, like, user review. People didn't have fun with this patch. I had a lot of messages and feedback of people saying, ugh, this put me off. To this day, I still sometimes get comments where people say, oh, I haven't played since Drizzlewood. There was that patch with no voice acting, and it turned me off the game. Seriously, I get people saying that. I've had, I mean, a handful of people that have said that, and it's been a while, to be honest, since I've heard someone say that, maybe late EOD. But still, like, this affected people, and there is an element of that going on with Absolution here. I'm not trying to make the argument that everyone who dislikes Absolution is just superficially disliking it because of petty shit like this. But I think it has a role to play, the lack of voices. It's just, I think we all have a lot of sympathy for the studio with this. Someone left a comment saying that the strikes might be settled as of yesterday or something. I might have grabbed that as a comment. Okay, here we got a comment chain from Tirak. Tirak leaves a lot of brilliant comments. Kind of got dogpiled a little bit here in the last video. He says people can argue about the quality all you want. The story was bad. It was literally just fighting the same 3 nobodies over and over and over in every patch since launch. That's Tirak's response. I don't know what they're talking about there necessarily. I think the Titans, right? He must mean Greer, Decima, and Ura. But I haven't fought those 3 in this release yet. I fought a new Titan. And I fought, you know, a ghostly amalgamate again. So I'm not feeling that just yet. Also, they didn't appear in the Mistburned... Oh, they didn't appear in the Mistburned Barrens either. Right? No Titans in the Mistburned Barrens. So it wasn't the entire time. But look, I get it, right? Believe me, I'm on like 75 convergences or some shit. We're moving not quite that high. I've fought these Titans a lot, okay? I did the raids. I've done the metas a bunch. Right, I know what you mean. It is the same thing. But those were valid criticisms around the Mount Burial patch, I feel. Those criticisms don't really come into it for me here. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, the dogpiling here is LLPTV says, I believe your comment is what the... So, Tirak got 12 thumbs, right? People don't like this patch. And that's fair. LLPTV says, I believe your comment is what the youngins call a big oof. Balderas says, cook him, bro. Yeah. But a little evil comes in and defends, says the Titans were nothing more than a wet fart. Segment says the story is logical and makes sense for what I suppose Arenanet tried to do. A TV show style mini-series. We learn about a Titan threat, we find the Titans, we explore how they came to be, and we neutralize the threat. This was actually low-scale story, unlike Secrets of the Obscure, and it fits the concept of mini-X-Packs. Unfortunately, game resources are too short to give justice even to this simple story, because the story's fine, but the presentation falls short. To which Noob says, I agree with you, especially for the MMORPG audience. It needs big grandiose spectacle, especially with Guild Wars 2, which have big grandiose at the end of the arc in the past. I will refer you guys to my comments again in a recent part. The story doesn't matter, right? It's all. If you want spectacle, if you want a good, satisfying conclusion, what people are looking for is like epic environments, fun music. Like, yes, the story. It is the story's job to create that tension and have that rising action and like create the space for it. But at the end of the day, you can do that at almost any power scale at any level. It can be about 3 Titans in a remote north. It can be a world-shattering event like The Void, right? Whatever. Like The Void's actually a really good example. There's a moment at the end of End of Dragons where The Void like consumes the whole fucking world, right? We see like one cutscene where we see like Bram back in Holbrack dealing with Void. Void affected everything, right? That's an epic story. That's about as epic as you can get. Talking about world-ending threats, right? At least with the Elder Dragons, they were still somewhat localized to a region. The Void shit was everything. Well, the impression they gave us, right? But the thing is, how was it presented in-game? That's what matters, and it was like 5 seconds in a cutscene. So it wasn't what you want it to be. This Titan story, it's not about the size or the scale or the idea of the story. It's all about the instances. It's about how they're budgeted. It's about how, you know... That's where the spectacle comes from. So I don't believe that this is fundamentally better than Secrets of the Obscure, or Secrets of the Obscure is fundamentally better than Janthir Wilds just because of the subject material. All that matters is how they delivered those stories. And even in a mini X pack, you can do something big. Like, look at Season 4, right? Look at how epic and brilliant the spectacle was with everything surrounding Dragonfall, and especially Thunderhead, right? With going into the big chamber and the harmonizing with the Zephyrite, and, you know, the way the music played into the magic, and Kralkatorrik blasting us, and Bram defending us with the shield, and the image of Balthazar being there, and the Lich magic being there, and Aurene gets in the way, and everything explodes, and then there's a cut to black, and then we're staggering down the crystal hallway. Look, I know that beat didn't hit for some people, but that's what spectacle looks like, all right? And it's all about the instance scripting. It's all about how the instances play, right? Look at that. All that shit with Kraken is really good. Maybe you guys are hazy or it's slipping out of your memory now. But that shit was really tightly made. You know, running through the corridors on your mounts, and you got Zevira sniping from one area, and the dredge burst through a wall at one point and help you out. That shit was hot shit, okay? And what was that, guys? That was a patch that came out in a 3-monthly cycle. It was a part of Season 4. Just as these are patches that are coming out on 3-monthly cycles. All right. So, you know, clearly it's about resource expenditure. Clearly it's that there was more being spent on Season 4 than there is being spent on this, because of, you know, this looming idea of Guild Wars 3 or Project Tyria in the background. And no matter what the studio says about how committed they are to Guild Wars 2, it's clear that, you know, they've shrunk. Something has shrunk somewhere along the line. And that's what the conversation is. It doesn't matter whether we're dealing with the same 3 Titans over and over and over, right? It's not a story problem. They could have been the same 3 Titans over and over, but every time we met them, they were a different model and had totally different attacks, and the environments were totally different. But it wasn't, right? So, anyway, that's my feel about it. I just kind of don't want to... I feel like story criticism is a different thing to quality criticism. So it might be that I end up liking the Absolution story here. I might end up liking the Janthir Wilds story, but the actual, like, detail work and the quality is where maybe we can criticize it. Anyway, next we got Tripping Bears. So I mentioned this, speaking of Project Tyria, I mentioned my dream idea for it is actually not to use this specific realm, this specific area, these specific continents, these specific people. You can cross them over. You can have Norn, and you can have humans, and you can have Char and stuff. But set it on the God's New Garden. Set it on that new world, right? And you can mix things up a lot. You can have the dwarves be a prominent race again. You can write a whole new history filled with its own intrigue, filled with its own backstory, its own stakes. You can have a nice clear cut, but you can cross things over, almost like an anthology series would do, right? And you can really change things up. And we kind of mentioned the idea, what about elves? You know, like, we were talking about how Sylvaria kind of elf substitutes, but they're not good enough for some people. So, Tripping Bear says, I'm usually pretty unhappy with the idea of other worlds in this franchise, mostly because I think they've got a great setting already, but they're squandering it more often than not. But when WP tangented onto other worlds having elves in some Project Tyria, it makes me kind of excited to maybe see the human gods in that other world, and we as players get to be suspicious of them, because we know the gods' history in Tyria. Maybe we get to see them from the start this time. Is there a reason that Melandru was the first? Well, Melandru's the oldest, right? Did they talk about Balthazar? Do they talk about Balthazar's fall? This would also be Cormier's first venture into this, you know, terraforming, shall we say. Maybe she gives us humans' perspective. It would also let us speculate why some of the human gods don't look human. Maybe they just world hop and some of them die and new ones join from the different worlds. I wish I had more faith that Arenanet could explore these ideas to the depth I want. Well, yeah, look, I'm generally... You say you're kind of against other worlds, generally. Me too. Like, I think if we're in Guild Wars 2, it's best to focus on Guild Wars 2. I didn't really... The Nio stuff didn't hit, but again, I think that's a quality conversation. You know, this is the main setting. The thing is, if we're talking about a Guild Wars 3 or a whole new MMO that's going to be supported for another decade and all this stuff, then that's the main setting, and we do fully indulge and embrace it, right? So, yeah, like world hopping, alt universe, you know, multi-dimensional shit, a la recent MCU, I think is really bad. It fucks with the stakes, and I don't want to see Guild Wars go down that road, really, which it kind of has a little bit here. But the Guild Wars 2 take on the story is we're defending from these incursions. We're not actually really reveling in them. I'm loving that word lately. You guys notice that? I've said that word a lot lately. All right, next. How far in are we? Jesus. We're actually, this might be the last comment here. So Azara says, oh no, WP. I don't think you check the story journal entries for extra notes like you usually do. Maybe that's intentional because you don't know it has extras. But I thought about it randomly, so here's a reminder if not. Alright, and then we're on to lore. Okay, so there you go, guys. That's the Q&A section at the start. I don't know what any of you feel about some of that stuff. That's kind of where I am with it. And yeah, let's do a recap in the Just Story Journal, shall we? Now, that last comment I read there actually, I think, was alluding to the previous patch. But Odrin hasn't beaten the previous patch, so I'm just going to be reading the stuff here. Okay, so forced entry. Let's see what we got. Let's recap, guys. Where are we? Also, I do have a nice drink today. It's not perfume. It's blood orange cider made with premium fruits, and it's ice cold, and it's been a really hot, muggy day, and I'm thirsty, and I've been looking forward to this. Holy crap. So good. Very sharp. Love it. All right. Sharp, fizzy, frosty. Go out and buy a pack of cider today. Okay, after our previous efforts left us standing outside the locked gates of Bavanissos, it was clear we needed a new strategy. No, it's not Thatcher's. It's not Thatcher's. But yeah, it's a good flavour. Something deliberate and well thought out to achieve our goal. What we've got is the exact opposite, at least based on Anissa's most recent call. We read this yesterday, but let's keep going. Fed up with the pace of our progress, Livia has now decided to barrel straight into Bavanissos, armed with the Sceptre of Ore. As her colleague, I'd call her decision both inconsiderate and reckless. As someone aware of the Sceptre's fraught past, I'd call it potentially catastrophic. And that's not even getting into the politics of her acting directly in contradiction of the Tyrian Alliance's vote. For now, I'll be making my way to the city, hopefully to stop this situation from spiraling into an even greater mess. ... I've arrived at Bavanissos, and I had no trouble locating my allies due to the heated argument in progress. Isgar and Waiting Sorrow were vehemently opposed to Livia's brash approach. Poised Arrow was in over his head trying to mediate the situation. All the while, Anise was trying to weigh the options on the table, and she was understandably stressed. Upon my arrival, Pokey asked that I talk some sense into everyone. I did what I could, plainly stating my stance, but it did little to calm the situation. But before anything resembling a decision could be made, we were ambushed by a wave of mistburn. They surrounded us, likely summoned by the Sceptre of Ore as a side effect of Livia's heightened emotional state. They surrounded us, summoned by the Sceptre of Ore as a side effect of Livia's emotional state. There's like an emotional connection to the Sceptre of Ore. See, back in Guild Wars 1, there was this idea that the Staff of the Mists was for manipulating the physical realm, and the Sceptre of Ore was the ethereal realm, right? That was kind of the original interplay they had. Like, one of them gave you energy pips, and the other one gave you health pips. Mana versus health. You know, the structure of the world versus the spirit of the world. So that sort of vibe they had. Nowadays, you know, with the new lore, they kind of just say, look, they're both about manipulating things from the mists. This, like, mist emotion connection is quite interesting. Because obviously last year, we had the demon stuff, and there was a big emotional bent to that. When you look at the epilogue to End of Dragons, the Giala Delve stuff, you know, there was all of that there too. So mists and emotion seems to be a bit of a connection, I think. Maybe. We fought back, but at some point in the midst of the chaos, Livia managed to slip away. There was no question. She was on her way to open the gate. Discussion be damned. With the mistburn cleared out, we pursued Livia before she could cause irreparable damage to herself, to us, or to Tyria as a whole. Are we doing a low-stakes story or not? Because when we write shit like this... Is that earned? Commander? Did you earn that, putting that in the journal? Livia is going to cause irreparable damage to Tyria as a whole. Potentially. by opening this gate. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're going way too big with it. And on what? What's the justification? Little to our surprise, we caught up with Livia just as she was using the Scepter of Ore to punch a hole in the arcane seal guarding the city. By the way, this whole time she's on her way to open the gate. I'm getting that confused with the mist gate again. Anyway, little to our surprise, we caught up with Livia just as she was using the Scepter of Ore to punch a hole in the arcane seal guarding the city. Fortunately, no apparent calamities have come of her actions so far. Oh, thank goodness. Look, this is a lot like with the Paitha thing, where if it turns out that it's all fine and the commander was just catastrophizing the whole time and the commander was wrong, I really love the story, right? If it's kind of a, okay, sit down, stop panicking thing at the end of it, I think that's really cool. Just as, you know, the idea that we were naively following Paitha the whole time and then we get punished for it because we're wrong. That would have been really good for the Paitha story. But they didn't do that with Paitha, and it ended up as a complete nothing burger. One of the most disappointing conclusions that they could have. And I suspect that this will be too. Anyway, no apparent calamities have come of her actions so far. The wizards presumed this newly opened entrance safe, so we took the chance and pushed onward into Barvanisos. However, the city we expected to be a mere pile of rubble. Did we expect it to be a mere pile of rubble, Arenanet? Did we? Turned out to be something far more sinister. A colossal titan. It seemed that the titan had existed in the city for so long that it had melded with the ruins, each indistinguishable from the other. At least, that was Isgaran's theory. Guys, I really love this. I think it... Look, again, I know that we're kind of looking for more tangible, grounded... This is cool. Sorry, but I'm well with Absolution for the setting. The city merged with a titan. Badass. Now, look, we can quibble about the specific environment art and how it was done. But the idea, the concept, I can't fault them for that concept. That's fucking awesome. It's awesome. I like it. We had little time to take in the magnitude of our surroundings as we tailed Livia. We quickly found her engaged in combat with a group of Titan spawn, acting in an unusually coordinated effort. We provided her backup, eventually warding off the spawn. With the enemy defeated, Isgaran mulled over their heightened behavior, believing the Titan spawn's increased cooperation to be a sort of immune system response to protect the Titan. Though the party was more than ready to air their frustrations at Livia, they would have to wait yet again as we stumbled upon a nearby ruined camp. After a bit of snooping, we gathered that the camp appeared to have belonged to a trio of White Mantle, originally sent here on Caudicus's behalf. I like this, by the way. I like the structure of Janthir Wilds, where those of us who were getting the lore pieces, we already knew about these guys. We'd been following their adventure for a while, and then it comes in and it matters for the main story at the end of the day. I like that. I investigated further, looking through the debris and abandoned personal effects to try to piece together their story. I uncovered some bizarre journal entries belonging to the White Mantle's youngest member, Judge. At first, I thought they were diary entries written in the form of some form of poetry or prayer, and I assumed the kid had a bit of an artistic streak in him. But upon closer inspection, the writers appeared increasingly more deranged. Did they fuck? I mean, I read the prayers. Even more disturbing, they seem to imply that a voice... Oh, well, yeah, okay, all this. A voice, may be real, may be imagined, kept beckoning them in the night. From his descriptions, the whispers sounded like instructions to open the Mist's Gate. Given Judge's mental state, they may not be the most objective form of evidence. However, if true, they place responsibility squarely on the White Mantle for opening the gate. Oh, do you know what? That puts a really nice fine point on it. I don't think... That was still a bit hazy for me. Okay, yeah, alright. So it's these White Mantle did it. They opened the gate. So kind of the whole story is a bit of a whodunit about that, and it ended up being these guys, right? I regrouped with the party in an attempt to... It's a bit buried, but I regrouped with the party in an attempt to relay the news. Instead, I walked smack dab into the middle of an even more heated argument than the first. This time, Anice's stress levels had hit boiling point. She made her sentiment very clear to Livia, to put it mild. I think this is all... Ugh. Sorry, it just feels like melodrama to me. The argument eventually came to a head, leaving the team morale at an all-time low. Since no one else was in any mood to collaborate with Livia, I agreed to partner with her to push further into the city. I think that's a fun moment, though, by the way, that she's the pariah and we go with her. The others would remain together, surveying the rest of the area. The strategy would be to keep the group intact while everyone calms down, and me keeping an eye on Livia certainly doesn't hurt matters. Okay, so what's a bit odd is in the meta, it's sort of a similar take on the same thing. She gets impatient and she marches off. We did the meta. But I guess we're going to go off with her now, right? Okay. Swapping the instance. I'm not going to make a squad, guys, because I'm pretty sure we're just going to be in instances here. There's a chance we're going to just daisy chain instances through to the end of the patch. Usually, when it comes to a Guild Wars 2 update like this, like the Live in World patch or whatever, usually there'll be one moment where they ask you to explore the open world, whether that be interact with some vistas, as they played with in Secrets of the Obscure, or more commonly, complete a heart, or more commonly, do events, which is what we just did. Usually you find that just once per patch, and we've done that already, so I think it will just be instance. I might be wrong. I'm noticing now there is no heart on this map. Really interesting. So there was one heart in the Mistburn Barrens, which, by the way, I like the format they've got where you can repeatedly do hearts. I do. I really do. And in this map, it's just 2 waypoints, 3 vistas, 10 POIs. See, when we look at, like, various other finales, I mean, the King of the Kings, really, I didn't really like the idea of dumping an island in the ocean, but there were no hearts here at Dragonfall. It was an incredibly elaborate meta event, though, wasn't it? And map. I don't know. I'm just thinking about, okay, so launch had this, and then throughout the entirety of the rest of the year, we got 1 heart, really. And it's funny, a lot of people don't like hearts, so maybe who gives a shit, right? It's just, I guess what I'm mulling over, I'm chewing on right now, is that this felt like a this was a mini map. This was one of the miniest maps we've had. Well, not quite as bad as the corridor in Gyala, but that was not a map all on its own. But this was a very mini map. And this one, it feels... Oh, there we go. Like, there's only 2 waypoints. Where's the other waypoint, then? Like, I could very easily... When we Let's Played this, it took us a few episodes to get all the map comp. I think I could get this very, very quickly here. Well, let's see. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's play the story, shall we? And we'll turn the dialogue back on early here, so I don't have that inevitable moment where I go, oh, no. Oh, wait. Return to the staging grounds? Oh, shit. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is interesting, though. This makes me think that these 2 maps were connected for a lot longer than I realized. Which would play into the idea that this was all in the can. You know, we were sitting around talking about the Eparch finale, and this was already made. Right? We were at the end of SOTO, and a lot of this was, like, good to go. Maybe that's ridiculous to say. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Alright. The Titanic Undertaking. So what do you guys think? Where should my expectations be here? I'm looking towards live chat a lot more now. Here everybody is. Hey guys.
I'm here. Alone, as requested.
I found another of Mabon's memories. Figured it was best discussed among a select group.
Okay. Poised arrows here though, nonetheless. And Anise.
Olivia hasn't been winning anyone's trust lately. We thought the matter too important to risk another incident.
Oh, we're cutting Livia out.
Guess that's not unreasonable. Well, let's see what else Mabon has to say.
Interesting. Oh, here he is. And he's just speaking?
I told you, Baba Misos is no more. We are fated to much the same.
He's talking to the Titan, not me.
I gave you the chance to end my misery. Instead, I'll end yours. What good is it? Prolonging the inevitable. How you seem now, alone and trembling, without your kind to shield you, small and alone. This is your final chance. Fight back! Look around you! My kind has killed for less. I am ashamed.
He's casting a spell of some kind. Probably really quiet because I have effects volume down.
This ward will keep you safe here for the time being, until I figure out what to do with you.
Interesting.
It's not worth it killing you. It never was.
So he
spared the stranger's life, even after it killed his entire people. He was honorable.
What a weight to carry.
And still, he kept it from me.
what?
Should have been all the more reason to tell me, given everything. The fool.
Why hide it?
Then he just left the problem to grow. Never knew him to be so irresponsible. Beginning to wonder if I knew him at all.
Well, sometimes you ignore a problem, hoping it sorts itself out. Except that usually makes things worse.
Let's not get carried away. I'm sure he expected it to go back through the Mist's gate, not loiter here for centuries.
Why didn't it return to the mists?
I don't think it could, and maybe it was waiting for him. Regardless, it doesn't change our mission. If anything, it makes it more dire that we bring closure for Mabon.
You're right, Anise. And that starts with all of us working toward the same goal. All of us. For Mabon. I'll call Livia.
Okay, I'll call Livia. I don't know whether I agree with them cutting Livia out of this meeting on the grounds that she's unstable or whatever. She's not related to this. Well, maybe she is. Maybe she did know Mabon quite well and all that. Maybe she did deserve a seat at this table more than fucking Poised Arrow, at least. I'd say that. And Anise. So I'm assuming that's it for the Mabon story now, right? So that's all right. That's explained to me the events overall, right? Mabon came here after the destruction of the city. He created the ward to keep people away. But the truth is he did find a Titan here, and he showed it mercy. He showed it mercy in the same way that Isgaran showed Mabon mercy. You know, when they could have fought each other and they didn't. It wasn't, and a little bit of the epoch thing as well. He saw hope there. He didn't want to kill it. He thought it would go back through the gate, but it just stuck around. I think the piece missing from the puzzle here is the story earlier. There should have been a nice big front and center moment where they explain very clearly a Titan left untended to will grow and get worse. Like, that's an easy assumption for us to make. But I think that threat needs to be established before this scene. So when we hear, oh my god, Mabon left it alive, we actually see that as a bit of a quandary. The way that this was actually written, I just sort of feel like he's kind of Pather 2.0 in a way. You know, they've dangled this idea through good chunks of the expansion. Oh, is he a good guy, really? Is he a good guy? Whoa, what did he do? Is he? He's a good guy. And then last year with Pather, is she a good guy? Is she? She's a demon. Is she a good guy? Oh, you don't really know. And then we get to the end, she's a good guy. It's the same thing. So, okay, cool. Nice one there. But at least it makes sense. Check in with Livia on comms.
Livia, I've reconvened with the others. What's your status?
Excellent timing, Wayfinder. I'm in the heart chamber. We've retired the other vitals and are clearing the last static.
Livia, are you there?
Need backup. Get here, ASAP. Need backup.
You heard her. To the heart chamber at once.
The "it's not worth it killing you" quote is a direct reference to the Into the Obscure chapter in Secret of the Obscure, where we witnessed that memory between Isgaren and Mabon in the war. It was the same thing said, was it? It's not worth it killing you. So in that moment when confronting the Titan, Mabon remembers that moment with Isgaren and shows it mercy. He shows the thing mercy that maybe didn't deserve it. It's interesting that Arenanet cut out all of the Titan's dialogue. Like, we see what the ghost Mabon says. We don't know what the Titan responded. Presumably the Titan was having a conversation with him. Titans can speak and can know and can think and can feel. It's just a little bit, you know, someone used the word wet fart before. It's a bit of a wet fart of a story in a way, isn't it? So Mabon's job was to seal this place off and keep it safe, but he left a Titan here, showing it mercy when maybe he shouldn't have. And then that Titan started whispering to various travelers to the region later. It found those White Mantle, and it managed to... But hold on, the gate was closed. And the White Mantle opened the gate. So Mabon assumed that the Titan would go back through the gate. But isn't the gate shut? Isn't the whole point that the gate is shut? So maybe that Titan just wanted to leave. I assume okay, my assumption is that Titan is the big city Titan. Servatum, is it? Was that its name? I'm assuming it's Servatum. So what's Servatum's motivation with the White Mantle then? To open the gate, to get more Titans through? To get Greer and Ur and stuff. So that's the whole story, really. He shows this thing mercy, and it ends up being a bigger problem down the line. I mean, is it a wet fart story? Is it? It's okay. WP, at this point, how do you think the White Mantle opened the gate when Massart spent centuries trying to open the gate in vain, even feeding Keystone with sacrifices? Great question. Really good question. How do I think they opened the gate? If it was just Servatum messaging them, well, So maybe Servatum wasn't whispering to them. Maybe that's all a red herring. Okay, if Servatum's whispering to them to get them into the city, to open the gate, to get more Titan companions, why can humans open the gate, but the Titan couldn't? And the Massart couldn't? Why can humans do that? Is this a bit of a Halo thing, right? They're reclaimers, guys. You are Forerunner! Okay, sorry, no. 343 Studios decided that's not the case. And you've got to read a bunch of novels now to have that retcon explained. Sorry. This is a Guild Wars lore video, isn't it? Okay, what gate? The Mist Gate in Bavanisos? Yes, the Mist Gate in Bavanisos. This is funny. We're all getting confused about the various gates. Maybe if they just tried, it'll open. Yeah, just try harder, bro. You who must open the gate, so fate is written, so make it be. Chosen thee, you are destined, seek the gate. As the sun across the wilds, you shall hear my voice, and I will be your guide. See, if that's Servatum, it's just Servatum being really tricky and cunning and sneaky, which is quite cool, because we don't know his character. We know Decima's character, we know Ura's character, we know Greer's character. We've heard them speak, but Servatum's voice has not appeared to us. Servatum didn't say shit in the Mayor event. And Servatum didn't say shit in any of these Mabon flashbacks. So I think based on it must be a red herring. Something else wants the gate open. See, I like all this. This is really good. This is a cool mystery, and this feels like it's been well plotted and well hidden. But oh god, it's very dense. There's another comment chain I didn't screenshot. But someone said in the last part, someone said this story is way too layered for Joe Schmo to follow. And I feel that, but a lot of that is, you know, screen time. WP, are you angry, sad, disappointed, all the above about the latest release? Same or worse as the IBS finale? I'm assuming you've just wandered into this video and you're asking me a question. I don't know how I feel. I haven't beaten it yet. I don't know how I feel. I withhold my judgments until I'm done with a thing. Which is really fucking hard to do when I do this job. You guys might not believe me, but my character, honestly, is to usually sit down and shut up. I usually... But this has me speaking into a mic constantly. Alright, come on, let's go through it. Use the wizard's portal to return to Bavanisos. Overall, I quite like that story beat. That's all right. Okay, so we're in the middle of the map now. Oh, we're in a story instance. So we don't explore there. Why have we just skipped all the way in here? What? Okay, get to Livia! Exclamation mark.
Its innards are looking the worse for wear. That's promising, at least.
Okay. Well, there's the gate. I don't like the design of the gate. Ugh. So Livia's here. This kind of works. It's from the end of the meta, right? There she is, says Anise. And Livia says, took you long enough. We knocked out the other vitals. Just need to stop this heart. Yeah, I know it took me a while.
Impressive. But let's clear the ambush first. Then we can deal with the heart.
I'm sorry, but I had to talk to my chat about the story beat, the Mabon revelation. I like that beat at least because it's coherent and it's very obvious and it's easy to follow. I think it's a bit disappointing that, once again, Mabon's just a good guy. I thought the expansion was going to go into some of his crimes during the war. And how he turned from that kind of a character into this modern Mabon. Also, by the way, why did he lie to his Garen? I think that's a really valid question. Does it make sense? That's a little bit of the story that should have had a bit more following to it. And I think what the story's missing there, another piece of the puzzle that should have been established earlier, like the fact that the Titan will be a threat. They should have been very clear. If Isgaren had been told, he would have gone behind Mabon's back and killed the thing. And the mercy would have been worth nothing. We need to know that so we can believe in what Mabon's decision was. All right, Anise says, Livia, you all right? And she says, I'll live. And Anise says, you'd better. Ugh. Oh, they're friends again now. All right, now, let's stop that heart. What are we waiting for?
Work thus far, but it appears the Mist Gate is directly fortifying the heart.
So, we'll take out the gate. The scepter will take care of it. So the gate is fortifying the heart?
It can, but it will require all of its power to do so. I'm afraid a sacrifice must be made.
Sacrifice? What do you mean sacrifice? I've used Legovo for centuries. It doesn't just run out of power.
Closing a Mist Gate is in a tier of magic all its own. Even for Tyria's greatest
Like
wizards.
Lord Odrin, maybe? Lord Odrin couldn't close the portals. He left them in tombs and stuff. I know what you're playing at. I swear, if you think you're going to con me into leaving...
This matter is far beyond the childish feuds of the physical realm.
What's the gate doing?
Great, you've distracted me, and now we're being ambushed again.
What are those?
I like Livia on this
Creatures of
patch.
shadow, abominations.
Oh, Shadow
I've
Army.
seen enough. Weapons, now.
Okay, Shadow Army is a big plus on the Menzies thing. I'm thinking big on Menzies immediately. They could just be generic stand-ins for ghosty enemies. I mean, they're called fucking Shadows and Shadow Beasts. Oh, if this does become, like, Menzies has taken over the... Is that going to the realm of Torment right now? And that is just the Foundry of Failed Creations there? If that is what this is, I think it's a huge failing of this story that the Lear stuff just never went anywhere. If Lear comes busting out of that gate now, I'll love it. Sorry, if Lear comes out and he's like, hey, Wayfinder, we have some catching up to do. Dun dun dun, and then cut to black end or whatever. I think that'll be alright. But if there's none of that, I think that's a real fucking... I can't deny the fact there's Shadow Army here. Menzies did lend his darknesses to the realm of Torment. Yeah, we talked about that in a recent video. There was a big collaboration. He knew what Abaddon was doing. He might have known about the Forge.
Would be an appropriate time to use it.
He might have even helped build the Forge. Sorry, what are they saying? I've seen enough weapons now. Livia the Scepter. Livia says, I'm trying. They're not responding to it. They don't respond to the Scepter. They're invaders from another dimension, and the Scepter isn't working on them. Just like the Six. Are these kind of minions of the Six in a way? Menzies is not one of the Six. But Balthazar's gone. You know what? If we do go into a Menzies story, I'll be excited about that because it can be more closure on the POF stuff and more of a look at POF and a fallout of POF, which I'll very much enjoy, because again it's that thing that blends the modern stories into, you know, other really good stories that happen in the game's past, a bit like Return to the Pale Tree and stuff. I can't believe it's Shadow Army that are coming out. I mean, that all but confirms it, doesn't it? It's interesting. No one's remarking on it. Would Livia remark on it? Is Garin... Well, okay, we're in a fight, obviously. It's funny to think this is kind of basically new as far as the commander's concerned. The commander did see these.
I've got your back.
When did we see Shadow Army in Guild Wars 2 already? Didn't we see them in,
It was nothing.
in Dragonfall?
But they never stop. We kill one, the gate spits out 2 more.
The youth is correct, Olivia. The Scepter's power is futile against these creatures anyway.
Livia, just close the damn gate.
This feels like a really... oh, okay, there's so much going on. By the way, the instance, again, it's just another one of these long fighty scenes. Wait, he's here? Legovo's trembling, never done this before. He's here?
Apologies
Oh, it's
for the
Mabon.
dramatic entrance. Allow me to lend a hand.
Whoa.
I don't believe it.
Mabon's actual ghost came out of the mist?
It's been too long. So it has.
So what does that suggest to us? That suggests that that is an afterlife on the other side, right? Wait, a mist gate is a way of bringing people back from the dead? Kind of? As spirits, at least? Is this like Sarah coming back out of the underworld? Look, if that goes to a god realm, and the god realms are where many ghosts and spirits go when they die, it kind of makes sense that Mabon could come back out of it, I guess. It would also explain why mist gates are such a big fucking deal, because they're a way of cheating death, almost. There's a shadow blight here. Help Mabon and the wizards clear out the rest of the shadows. You know what? I could take this opportunity to not kill that worm, and we could sit and discuss. It is attacking us. If I come all the way over here. No, I'm not going to do that. I think we just got to play it. I think we just got to play it. Damn, my 5 is not TPing me. Keep fucking it up. There we go. Snaff and Air came out of a random Riftstalker portal in Season 4. That's true. And who knows? Maybe this is a temporary thing. What I don't like is there's so many types of echoes and ghosts and shit in this. And now we've just added another to a pile. I feel like a lot of this stuff isn't concrete enough.
That should do. For a time, at least.
Okay, hello, Mabon.
I believe I'm owed an explanation.
Was he casting Spectral Agony on them? That would have been sick.
For that matter.
Maybe he wouldn't do that.
Glad to see you haven't changed. I owe you all explanations. Though time is short, I'll do my best to provide them.
Right, what the fuck? I'm going to go up to the gate. There's a new sort of barrier effect on it now. We never got to do this in the last part after we beat the meta. Well, that was disappointing. I was expecting to get CC'd and knocked away from it. Ugh, that kind of... You can't have a way to bring back the dead without bringing back Joko. POF2 might be a thing. They've already played with bringing Joko back to life in so many ways. It's unreal. Including there could be a fractal copy of Joko, right? Didn't they say that? Or did they say the reverse? I don't recall. From Secrets of the Obscure. All right. Look, my immediate impression of this is like it kind of works for the world building, I guess. If that's to an afterlife. And when Mabon died, he went to an afterlife. The problem with all of this, right, is Guild Wars has never been very good about the stakes of death and the machinations of the afterlife. It was always a bit wobbly. Even in the earliest days of Guild Wars 1, as soon as factions came out and added all the envoy stuff, And there was a question, okay, envoys shepherd the dead, but do they only do it in Cantha? And all shit like that. It's always been a bit iffy. I'm a big believer in dead meaning dead and not bringing things back. Don't mess with the stakes too much. So I'm assuming this is only for a time he's here. I mean, he's a ghost. He's not. It's not corporeal Mabon, right? So I'm assuming he can only linger for a while, and hopefully that's that. Just the impulse to bring Mabon back a bit, I think is fine. Mabon was a cool character in Secrets of the Obscure, and having reasons to see him again is fun. Now, let's talk about... See, here's the thing. They're very intangible about afterlives, right? So, the original lore we all got about the afterlives was very human-centric. You know, where you were great, great, great hero of all time, then maybe you get to the Hall of Heroes. But, you know, like, different people believed in different things. Like, the Tengu had the sky above the sky. But there was this idea that, like, you'd be judged by Grenth, and then he would apportion you a certain realm, right? This is all very old lore that Guild Wars 2 hasn't really touched on. Grenth isn't even around now. If the commander died, right, what happens? In POF, we did wake up in the underworld, and were we being judged by a minion of Grenth? The underworld was kind of in chaos, and we managed to slip back through, right? But so what I'm trying to drive at here is, okay, when a Masat dies, what is that? What does that process look like? We have no idea. In Guild Wars 1, when you go to the underworld, you don't see any Masat spirits. You don't see any Char spirits. You certainly don't see any Norn, Silvari, or Asura spirits, because they were all Eye of the North or later in the case of the Silvari. It's all very human-centric, you know? In fact, you might see a Char spirit somewhere in there, maybe. But my question is, like, okay, that gate, first of all, does it go to a fixed point? I rewind to what I said in the previous episode. If that just goes to the realm of torment and the Foundry of Failed Creations, and that's its only destination, that's obscene. That can't be it. Because the Masat were trying to flee the Titans that were coming out of that place. So there can't be that. This has to have variable entry points. It has to be able to go to lots of different afterlives. So who's to say that a Masai plane or reality or afterlife is not what it's connected to right now? And can I just say, that makes a lot of sense for Bava too. You're the Masat, you're trying to flee the Titans, you've got a mist gate, you've attuned it to some location. You've probably attuned it to a Masati place, haven't you? You're probably trying to rejoin with greater society. Yes, it's the prisoners going to the wardens and saying, hey, we broke out. But on the other hand, like I said in the previous episode, maybe they think they can convince the other Masat that are out there that they're okay now because they're not the original sinners, and so on and so on and so on. So if you're a Masat at Bava, you might open it to the most likely Masat location. And maybe that location is where Masat go when they die? Which is why Mabon went there? Why his ghost is there and he's come back out? And now that realm's been overtaken by Menzies with a shadow army, and he built a foundry there, and I don't know. That's sort of what I can sort of guess, maybe. Alright, here we go. Let's get in here. Wayfinder, it pleases me to see my faith in you rewarded. As I said, I owe you all explanations. Though time is short, I'll do my best to provide them. And we get 3 options. Jesus. At least the icons are good. So, yeah, what's all this shit about sacrificing the Scepter of Ore? This has very, end of Season 3 vibes. You know, where they destroyed the Eye of Janthir just because it felt like, ugh, just get it off screen. Ironically, that's not what happened in the end. But that's kind of how it feels here. The Scepter of Ore, yeah, let's get it done with. I'm assuming this thing's going to get sacrificed now, and we're never going to see it again, and we need to shut up about it. If this is how they write the Scepter of Ore out of the story, I think that's sad to me. Because I don't think they expanded on its canon in any real way. And, you know, it is the cliffhanger. It's the last shot at the end of Eye of the North. Livia holding the Scepter of Ore is the last shot. Oh, wait, no, maybe that's Primordus' eye opening. And we already dealt with that in Dragonstorm. But it was a cliffhanger at the end of Prophecies that then they put back in there at the end of the Eye of the North. And Janthir Wilds is going to be the extent of it? Is sacrificing the Scepter of Ore to close the gate really necessary? Yes.
I'm afraid so. In order to close the gate permanently, we will need to rely on the power vested in the Scepter of Ore. Given its historic ties to the Mists, an instrument of its caliber is uniquely suited for such an offering. The Seers crafted Legavo to keep beings from the Mists at bay, and it will be used to do just that.
That's kind of a nice image.
I'm sorry, Livia. I know this is no small sacrifice.
Well, is it or is it not? Because, again, did she have it for the 250 years or not? I was told in Spud the other day that, no, the Eye of the North cliffhanger happens and she's got it, but no, she gave it up. She lost it for years. And then she had it for a moment and then she put it in the vault for years. And then she got it back for a moment, and that's why Isgaren's so upset with her, because she doesn't really have a great connection with it. So if that's all the case, then we can't have our cake and eat it too here now and have it be a great sacrifice for her. Either she loves the thing and has had it for ages or not. You know, they're kind of like, I don't know. Why did you keep all of this hidden? All of what? He hasn't said anything yet. Oh, all of the Titan. My guess to his answer to this is he didn't trust Isgaren to not come here and kill the Titan. But overall, I don't think it's a great crime he committed, and yeah, it's a reasonable question to ask him. Why hide it?
A fair accusation. I suppose I was fatigued from all the senseless bloodshed. I returned here to mourn, to reflect, and amidst the destruction stood Sivers.
Sivers?
The last of his kind. A kindred spirit.
I see.
So I cast a protection ward, assuming he'd return to the Mists. I could not have predicted that he'd await my return. I aimed to gift him a chance at another life, same as Isgaren gifted me. Instead, I doomed him to a much crueler fate. I was not yet prepared to admit my folly to myself or to those I hold dear. For all of it, I feel immense shame.
Hold on, I don't understand. What do you mean you assumed he'd go back to the Mists? The Mist Gate was shut. What? How does he expect the Titan would do that? Also, there's a quest in the Eye of the North that really fucks with this story. There's a Titan wandering around in Eye of the North. Eye of the North is set years after the Titan. Titan attack is the end of prophecies. Eye of the North is like 7 years later or something, right? 5 years, 3 years later? One of those. And there's just a Titan wandering around down here. It destroys like a forest. Eye of the North gives the impression that several might have slipped out and been, you know, sitting around somewhere, here, there, or wherever. But now all of a sudden this was the last of its kind and it was doomed to, you know, grow and grow. Maybe the coming back reflecting was post Eye of the North. He was just chilling for a few years. But I don't understand why he thinks that it would have gone to the Mist. And even if the gate was open, sorry, but what? He's not smart enough to think, oh, this could be a risk. Maybe I'll ensure it goes through. I can understand he wants to show it mercy and not kill the last of its kind. But he's not a moron. He would probably push it through the gate a little, give it a bit of a nudge, right? But just to be like, oh, that's it. I don't know. All right, Wayfinder. There was no comment there about his fear that Isgaren would go behind his back, which is what I think this should have been about. This should have been, well, look, Isgaren is arrogant and he would feel otherwise and he could have come here and killed it and I didn't want that. That's the real thing, right? The decision to spare it is not the issue, and that's all he explained. The thing I want to accuse him of is lying about it and concealing it. And as far as I can see, there's not much of a reason for him to do that, except the fact we wouldn't have had a story otherwise. So, sorry, I can ask him, how are you keeping the gate closed? You mean with that barrier? So if you can do that, he's going to say, oh, it's taking all of my energy. Oh, it won't last long. We need to sacrifice the scepter. which basically means this is just to deal with why we have a break in the action, which means of the 3 questions we get to ask, one of them is essentially a nothing question. Let's see what he says. How are you keeping the gate closed?
I've tied my life force to the Mist's Gate. It will remain shut for a time, but not long, I'm afraid.
Life force? But everyone's been saying you're dead.
Yeah, he's ghost, bro.
Arrow.
You're quite correct. I am dead. In the world of Tyria. Once other realms are involved, it complicates matters. The gate is anchored to multiple beings. One in Tyria, Cybus, and then multiple in the Mists. Myself being one of them.
Oh, interesting. This is something. It's tethered to beings. The gate isn't tethered to locations. It's tethered to beings. So when we kill Cybus, the gate closes. Right? And Cybus is just a titan. Am I wrong? Multiple beings in the mist. Who else is the gate tied to?
Yes, 3 in fact. They are the ones responsible for taking advantage of my death to open it.
The 3 White Mantle members.
Very good. Ulrich, Tatiana, and Judge. Or as you know them, Greer, Decima, and Ura. By releasing their souls from the realm of torment, you can close the gate for good. But you must act soon.
Oh god. Okay, just as a sidebar, I was really nervous about 3 minutes ago because I felt like we were at the end, and I was like, holy fuck, is that the whole patch? The door opens, we explore the camp, and then we're here. And that would have been a very short patch, and I can see it being called an anticlimax. I guess this is looping back to Titan, Greer, and Ura, though, which is a little bit of an extension. It doesn't sound like it's going to be much of one. Let me guess, guys. There's one instance we fight the Titans, and then it's over. What did that guy say? The whole expansion is fighting the same 3 guys over and over and over. Okay, but all of that aside, let's deal with that conversation when we get there. The gate is anchored to beings. I don't really know what that means. But okay. 3 beings. So the White Mantle, they are the ones responsible for taking advantage of my death to open it. Mabon, what he means by that is the barrier went down around the whole Isles. The massive barrier around the Isles went down when he died. They stopped getting headaches. They sailed up to the Isles. They were lured by a voice, who I'm now pretty much is convinced is Menzies, because we were just fighting Shadow Army. Menzies has the power to open the gate or whatever, because it's like one of the 6. It's on that power level, at the very least. And I think the gate is made by the gods. Oh, can't we just have some of this just spelled out for us? Okay, so then the White Mantle get here. Menzies convinces them to open the gate by having them what? Die? Okay, here's my guess. Menzies convinces them to sacrifice themselves, or plays them against one another, or something, right? They end up dead. They go to the afterlife. There is no Grenth to judge souls anymore. There is no... You know, in Guild Wars 1, it would be cool if Arenanet started doing this, but in Guild Wars 1, a part of Abaddon's plan with Nightfall, right, is there's supposed to be this river of souls, right, that flows into the underworld, and Abaddon diverts it. There's a really cool mission in Guild Wars 1 where you see the river of souls. It gets diverted and flown straight into the realm of torment, and he uses that to fuel his torment minions and to, you know, grab souls. There's a whole mission, the Gate of Pain, I think it is, which is all about this collaboration between Doom, Menzies, and Abaddon. Like, you see some of Doom's minions, the Driders, the Torchwebs, plucking souls out of the river. So let's say that happens. These 3 White Mantle die. They're off in the afterlife. And Menzies, who now has free reign, because all the other gods have left, Menzies plucks them out. Menzies has been left alone, you know? Abaddon's gone. Balthazar's gone. All the other gods are gone. Doom's been dealt with in the Hall of Chains. There's no Doom around. And Menzies is looking around like, hey, I may have been decapitated, but I can do whatever the fuck I want now. So he basically gets right back to the Nightfall stuff. He plucks some spirits. So these 3 White Mantle die. He grabs their souls. He forges them into Titans and opens the gate to invade Tyria. Okay? I can see all of that. I think that should be spelled out in-game nice and clearly for everyone that's not a lorehound. I could see all of that. I still don't know the motivation. And so then also, so he gets 3 Titans back on Tyria. They're bound to the gate? So hold on. So then the 3 Titans are at Mount Barrior, right? We killed them on Mount Barrior. We finished them off. All 3 die on Mount Barrior. They return to the mists. Menzies plucks their souls again and reforges them. He's in the process of reforging them right now. And that's our fear. That's the whole thing. We're trying to stop them come back. But unless we deal with the Foundry, we can't deal with the Titans. So really, it's just about going to the Foundry. It was always about that. But my question is, if they're tied to the gate, when we kill them on Mount Barrier, surely the gate closes? Or does none of this matter because Menzies could open the gate anyway? Isn't the whole point that Menzies can open and close the gate at will? I don't know what the fuck. Alright, how do we release their souls? And why is Mabon tied to the gate? But you did just say earlier there could be multiple foundries. That's true, yeah. I mean, I think it's not a very good story for this all to be the Realm of Torment. I think it should be another foundry. I love the idea that the reason there was a foundry at the Foundry of Failed Creations in Guild Wars 1, I love the idea that the reason there was a foundry that was there was because Menzies taught Abaddon it. Menzies led him the technology. You know, it's a foundry. It's very Fissure of Woe-y, isn't it? You know, they're a foundry. That's where you forge obsidian armor and all that shit. You know, it's the great plane of war and steel and, you know, like, I feel like Guild Wars 1 never said this at all, but it really fits, and it's a very cool idea that creating foundries, though we never saw one in our own journey to that slice of the Fissure of Woe in Guild Wars 1. I like the idea that that's a Balthazar Menzies thing. And Abaddon had one in the Realm of Torment because Menzies gave it to him. That didn't appear in any of the lore in the original. And it's a little bit complicated by the fact that, okay, the Foundry of Failed Creation is one of 4 raid wings, right? It's called the Domain of Anguish. There are 4 wings. The Foundry was, let me see if I can remember here. I think Stygian Vale is here. Foundry is here. City of Talker is here. Ravenheart Gloom is here. So you got the Foundry and the Ravenheart Gloom. And what I want to point out, right, is Foundry is what we're talking about. Ravenheart Gloom, the other wing, this is the Wing of Darkness. This is the wing filled with Shadow Army creatures. This is the Menzies wing. So it's kind of... It's a really fun idea, but it also does make the Domain of Anguish look a bit weird. That Menzies shit was here. And, oh, by the way, this Foundry was also Menzies, but shh, we won't talk about that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels a bit... Anyway, I'm, like, really deep down the rabbit hole. Oh, I seriously doubt anyone has bothered thinking about any of that shit. All right, let's just go for it, okay? How do we release their souls?
I suspect a few touchstone objects exist within the confines of Tyria that will be key in their release. Scour the hidden corners of Tyria known closely to the White Mantle, and you will surely find them.
Oh my fuck.
You're likely to be quite familiar with some of them already.
Oh my fuck. Are we going back to Cortyria? Are we going back to Cortyria? After everything I ranted about on the intro? Are we really? Oh my lord. Someone just said something in chat that I was going to comment on and I've lost it and I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it's just funny to me, guys, that this is Menzies, I guess? Well, I don't know still. All I've seen is Shadow Armies. But we started talking about Menzies ages ago, purely based on the colour of that fire on the door. Remember? It's like fire with bits of shadow. That's it. That was the only tip-off we had. But that's funny, you know. It's like how in Season 3, the Balthazar reveal, a bunch of the thugs and marauders, the mysterious thugs and stuff, they were wielding Balthazar weapons, remember? And after the reveal, it was like, oh shit, look at that. Okay, thank you, Arenanet. My fuck. I have 1,000 questions, ... Thank you for at least telling me you know. Thank you. This is very well written, yes. Wayfinder, it pleases me. Yeah, okay. I have about 1,000 questions. So, sorry, no, I didn't even listen to Mabon there. What did he tell me? I suspect a few touchstone objects exist within the confines of Tyria that will be the key to the release of the 3 White Mantle's souls. But I thought their souls would be in the Titans. Isn't the point that a Titan is a tormented, corrupted, twisted soul? It is a soul, given physical form. Scour the hidden cores of Tyria. You know, it's... Oh, I'm not going to go on that tangent. Scour the hidden corners of Tyria known closely to the White Man. Are we going to go back to Demetra? And that's right, guys. Demetra, not Demetra. I've mentioned this before. You know, I did that Guild Wars 1 Let's Play. So the Guild Wars 2 Let's Play, sorry. It's like 100 episodes long or something. I don't know. The episodes are really long, like an hour each. I'm very proud of the project. I really worked hard on it. I love it. And, you know, it's very cool. And I get comments on it. Quite often people get to the finale. As often happens, when you're a Let's Player, right, you get comments on the last episode. So I get that. But there is one video buried within that playlist that I always get comments on. Always. And it's right in the middle of the LP. And it's such an arbitrary, random thing. But it's about the pronunciation of Demetra or Demetra. Because in one of the episodes of the LP, when I was in the Harathi hinterlands, I said I've always called it Demetra. I don't like Demetra, but Demetra is how the game does it. And I just say in that video, I say, oh, drop me a comment which one you like. And people always comment there. Always. Anyway, maybe we go to Demetra. /Demetra. I have 1,000 questions, Mabon.
There will be time for further musings.
Will there?
But for now, I ask that you make haste recovering the touchstones, Wayfinder.
Let me guess. No post-scene dialogue. Oh. Look, there's a world in which... Okay, we got no extra follow-up, really. We got very little to ask. They just threw 1,000 things at us, and it feels like it's really out of nowhere because it doesn't have the supporting material. There's a world where not having that supporting material is actually fine. Having a snappy story step here is fine. Because you're trying to keep the adrenaline going. You're trying to keep it moving, right? And if I truly trusted that there would be time to get this concrete and stuff, I'd be really all for it. But I feel so at sea without a paddle with all of this. I feel like there's not enough. Like, I can't ask these guys anything. Let's keep playing. Let's keep playing. I'm not going to judge it till it's done. Here we go. It's tricky. If they wanted to get to a big Menzies story,
Someone get me a report on the Mersot Tower situation.
That's exciting and a brilliant idea, and I applaud that. I think they might have tried too hard to hide it. So now there's very little. It feels so out of left field, but maybe not in a good way. Maybe in a sort of what the fuck way instead of a whoa kind of way. This is the problem with writing stories for the internet, you know? Like, the internet are sleuths. They'll figure everything out. If you do tip your hand even slightly, then it's just going to be old hat or whatever. But, you know, there's a reward in that anyway. I don't know. Let's not get into a huge discussion about how hard it is to conceal a twist from the internet. Right, I've got a mail. Holy fuck, I thought it was the end of the patch for a second there, and this was like the end of patch mail. Okay, Livia says, help with the touchstones. It's weird to pause the action in there as well, to go on a globe-trotting event. Commander, to no one's surprise, Mabon and the wizards have employed their typical cryptic form of guidance. I'm sure you're left with more questions than answers about how to proceed. To that end, I am sending you this report on known White Mantle activity over the past several months. Hopefully this will help you track down these touchstones. You can thank me later. I think this beat works really well at the start of an expansion. Imagine, just bear with me for a second. Imagine you've just paid $50 on a conventional expansion of conventional expansion scope and budget and so on. And this was like the second instance. I don't think anyone would have any misgivings or feel a bit weird about it because they're like, oh my fuck, you know. Maybe it's just where it's positioned within the product and what our expectations of this patch would be. It feels much more like this is about setting up the next phase than concluding the current phase. I don't know. Alright, hopefully this will help you track down the touchstones. So we have a list of White Mantle hideouts. This list describes several known White Mantle hideouts and hotspots. It's been compiled by Livia and the Shining Blade. It can be safely discarded once you've read it. This message will explode. Will self-destruct. Okay. List of White Mantle hideouts. Commander, here are the known White Mantle hideouts that the Shining Blade continue to monitor for activity. You know, a moment like this where I have a book but I didn't interact with anything, I'm always scared. If I run far away, will it take that UI off? Though none of our spies reported any noteworthy activity the past few months, that doesn't mean that our 3 White Mantle wouldn't have left ties to their actions at any of the locations. At minimum, it's worth getting a closer look. Okay, fucking hell. Sorry. I've just been operating on the assumption this entire time that Tatiana, Judge, and Ulrich are the Titans. I'm so sorry, guys. Because of what the commander said in the last patch. I've just taken that for granted that they became the Titans. This entire conversation, I've just been operating on that mindset. Which I'm now realizing is stupid. They're still their own people. They're still doing their own thing. They didn't die and go to the mists or anything. They just went off and lived their lives. They're just out there interior doing shit. Divinity's Reach. In the past, Shining Blade agents have observed White Mantle activity by the gardens in the northeastern corner of Rurikton. As it is near the gates leading to Lake Doric, it continues to be a notorious spot for White Mantle versus Seraph locations. Of course, the spot of the Civil War. I love that. That's a really cool spot to pick. Brisbane Wildlands. Brisbane? Oh, people in chat are really confused now. No, they are the Titans. Maybe re-examine that thought. What? Okay, if they are the Titans, I don't understand! Okay, wait, I know I do understand. Wait. Okay, here it is. Ready? I'll draw it for you. All right, here's what I believe the case to be. All right, here we go. Ready? Season 3. We're at Season 3 right now. They went to Barvanisos. They got whispered to by Menzies ? And given a mission. And then they went. They left Janthir. Did some stuff, which we're now investigating. Then they died, and now they're the Titans. So we're investigating this middle period. Their adventure looked like this. Going north with Cordicus. Cordicus pieces out. They keep going. They get some mission. They go to the Brisbane Wildlands. And they go to Lake Doric, and probably Demetra, I think, is going to be the last one. And then they all go back. Or just die on the spot, I don't know. And get resummoned into Tyria as Titans later. Yeah, we're all on par with that. That's what I believe it to be now. Let's see. Brisbane Wildlands. Their hideout north of this region remains abandoned after we cleaned out one of their cells during that whole Lazarus adventure. Oh, what were you talking about? We're not going to go north of the bridge. Are we going back to that little place where we first met Livia, though, right? That's really cool, by the way. This is Livia writing this to us. And she's saying after we cleaned out one of their cells, that's us in modern Guild Wars 2 reminiscing with Livia about the end of Season 3. That's fucking epic. We're directly having a conversation with Livia there. Well, not, you know, it's in a note. But I love that. That's awesome. However, clusters of the bandits in the Wendon Steppes continue to be sympathetic to the White Mantle. They may harbour the occasional Justicar and their forces. Couldn't hurt to take a look. Oh, and Beetleton's the last one. Shire of Beetleton. In the northeast corner of Queensdale. Come on, man. Dimitri is where the White Mantle saved Crater. Come on. It's like the spot. From the chart. The Shire of Beetleton. In the northeast corner of Queensdale, the Shire is situated right outside Cordicus's former estate. I guess outside Cordicus's manor is pretty goddamn good too. In fact, you know what? In a perfect world, it would be in his manor. And it would be back in that, just to get us to go to these places. Much like how Season 3 had us go back into the manor, right? Let me go into the manor. Let me catch up with the butler. Let me, you know, like, give me the dialogue. I'm fully expecting this will be like one interactable, one NPC, but hopefully it's a good sleuthing section. I've got to be honest, guys. If it's a good, meaty sleuthing section, I'll be very happy with this patch. Still, the Minister's most loyal servants make pilgrimages to the site, perhaps hoping that against all hope that he may someday return. Pathetic, really. But then again, here we are working with a wizard returned from death. Who are we to judge what's possible? At any rate, it's funny to think Cordicus could be fucking out. Whoa, imagine that, guys. Imagine Menzies plucked Cordicus's spirit out of the river. And then when Tatiana, Judge, and Ulrich and stuff get there, it's like, there's Cordicus. And this whole subplot about how some of them still believe in Cordicus and Judge doesn't and all that shit and isn't loyal anymore. That'd be pretty cool. But I think the best way to do that, actually, is Menzies doesn't give a fuck about Cordicus at all and just let his spirit wash on by. You know what? There's a really cool question. That the Giga Titan that's eaten the city, Surveyum or whatever, Svium. I love thinking about who they were as originally. Who was his soul originally in life, or any of the Titans from the original Prophecies event, right? Who were these people? It's really sad, right? But they all would have had histories. Okay, who are we to judge what's possible? At any rate, I could see any of our 3 loyalists wanting to remain close to Cordicus this way. Exactly what you should be looking for at these locations? That leaves to your judgment. You'll know it when you see it, sort of thing. Best of luck, Commander. You know what I think I need to go find? I need to get that mirror off of the ceiling above Cordicus's bed. You know, that he used to watch himself having fun. Right, let's go back to the palace, I guess. He should pluck Zira's soul out. I want more story about it. I mean, look, this is the thing. You got to be really, really careful about this stuff, right? Death needs to have stakes. I mean, look, I'm on the record. Go back to Season 4 when Air and Snaff came out of that. I was saying the same shit. Like, this is dodgy stuff. Guild Wars has always been very cavalier about it. You know, it's funny. Most players will mark the moment that the commander came back to life in POF as a bit of a jump the shark or whatever. But to me, it's not. I've always loved that moment, and I've loved the moment that we came back to life via very special circumstances in factions as well with the envoys. But, you know, these have got to be carefully managed things. And here we are again. We can't put the setting into a place where anyone and everything can come back, you know. But what do we mean by come back via the Mistgate? He was still just a ghost. Yeah, WP, what did he use that for? I honestly don't know. I can't imagine any reason. Honestly. I don't know. I'm sure if you guys have sinful, aberrant malcontented ideas in your minds about what he might do in the bedroom with a mirror above him, I mean, that's on you. That's not on me. I haven't said anything. Sorry, I'm getting lots of messages here. Cottage says, don't forget that Glenna says this in Bowery. The second would be my personal investment in threads following Doom. If something's amiss, I might owe Desmina a warning. Yeah, it's funny, right? If there is some big thing about Menzies rising into the power vacuum, it would be cool to go back to Desmina and say, look, we gave you control of the underworld. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? Desmina has the actual underworld. If Menzies is doing stuff, he has to be stealing souls from there, maybe. I don't know. How much of the logic of the afterlives is fundamental versus just how the gods ran things, right? The gods are gone. Maybe Desmina doesn't give a shit. You know, does everyone have to be judged? You know, can it not just be soup? Where anyone and everything goes everywhere, a bit of chaos? Maybe Desmina is happy for Menzies to do whatever he does. It's kind of funny where we might be going into a story where it's Paitha and Desmina teaming up against Menzies. Is Paitha back next year? Does the commander go there with Isgarin and say, look, you know, Isgarin goes to Paitha and says, look, I fucking helped you out here. We've got this treaty. I've scratched your back. It's time for you to scratch mine. And Isgarin goes and says that to her. And we go to Desmina and say, yo, we helped you out. And then we deal with this Menzies situation. Is that where we're kind of leading? I feel like that'd be a natural place to go. I shouldn't talk about all this shit until I actually know. I mean, is that it? We've just had a Shadow Army hint? No one has said the word Menzies in game to me at all. So I really, this is going to be dire viewing if we're wrong about all of this. So let's just keep going, okay? Oh, by the way, I like what they're doing here. Corteria, a reason to go to the city, a reason to explore the small rooms of the city. This is exactly the shit I want. Look, if the patches were filled with stuff like this, I'd be happy with it. And people who say, it's just pressing F, be damned. I like it. It's adventure. It's returning to places. There's a novelty in coming back here. Use the world that we have. Okay, so what have we got? Someone was camping in here. There's a bedroll. Oh, gathered 1 out of 12 pieces of evidence. The bedroll appears to have been here for a while. It looks spoiled and worn from repeated use, probably by more than one person. Leave it alone. Strange bell. Oh, we rang the bell. That's cool. I want to turn that up. Oh, I still want... Right, they did amazing, okay, with post-processing, splitting post-processing. I really want effects volume to be split. We should have combat effects and other effects, like footsteps and shit. Environment... We should have combat effects and environment effects, really. And I know we already have an environment volume slider, but that's not what that is, really. That should be renamed to ambient volume. This is ambient audio. That's just like the backing track to the areas we are. The sound of caves or the chatter of crowds. Environment volume, environment effects volume is shit like ringing this bell. But it's all bound together. And everyone turns this stuff down because the combat will blow your ears out otherwise. Unless you add some kind of native compressor that we can play with. This appears to be some sort of altar. Placed here with reverence. The candles on its surface burn with unnatural flames. And they smell vaguely of brimstone. That is the that's the backpack, isn't it, that you can get from Bastion of the Penitent? I'm sure it is. Poor Rurikton. Why is it Rurikton that has all this shit going on? Yeah, there's a little book up here. A prayer booklet. Oh.
Well, words can certainly shape your views. Though some people will shape words till they fit their views. That's usually when things get dangerous.
Dude, how epic is it and nostalgic is it and fun and amazing is it to be here in Divinity's Reach, hearing Divinity's Reach audio with the fucking human male voice actor? That's some cool shit. I'm right there in the personal story right now. I'm loving this. Okay, well, we did it apparently. Do I get to read that book? No? Oh, but you see, I mean, it's too short though. Oh, can we have had a little step where we spoke to someone and have to weasel the information out of them about where some suspected campers were, and then we go in? Let me ask some of the citizens about rumors, you know? And Oblivion blended. Oh, shit! Oh! Fastest way. Apparently... Oh, yeah, I came here because I was map comping. The Arico trade camp. Unironic... Oh, my God, this is really weird. Look at this. This is actually a good spot for us. This is where we started. Or at least it was where Audrin started when I logged in to start shooting these episodes. We're going to Brisbane. The question is... Do you know what? Honestly, north of Metrica is better. Rumors, you hear the Fighters Guild is recruiting. A lot of Oblivion quests are really basic shit like that. Really basic. It's just because of the Radiant AI and the way that the conversation works and the way that the RPG plays. You know, they expand into quite big things. There's a lot of sleuthing around town to, you know, discover. There's lots of ways to discover your way to the objective. It's a small thing, but it can become quite the indulgence. The way that it packages all that stuff. RP walk for immersion. No, that is padding the patch, okay? 90% of players would just waypoint there immediately. This is all extra time as far as I'm concerned. This is all extra value the game's getting. In another kind of RPG, where you can't TP all around the world instantly, then this would be gameplay. But let's be real. No one's done this. I love these places, though. Oh. The water's really slow. I honestly thought beetling to the north would be nice and clean and quick. It usually is in a lot of Corteria maps, but there's more waterways here in Metrica than I remember. Ah, fuck. Just hit that pillar. That wasn't good. Still going to do the South Sun Cove raceway as well. I'll show you guys that at some point. Okay, Kostic says Lyrian will Skywatch meta versus the Shadow Army. I don't even remember that there was Shadow Army at the Skywatch meta. One of the islands has shadow creatures, right? There's Cryptus on one. Is it Shadow Army on the other? And Lear notices it, and he says, "What are you damn things doing here? No invitation means you're not welcome in Tyria, understand? Did your master send you, or someone else?" Wow, that's a little moment from Secrets of the Obscure. If we are building to that, that's a cool little moment. Right, let's go north. So maybe the hints are there. We're just missing them because we're not retaining information anymore. Because we've become old. It's one of the memories. It's on one of the platforms, yeah. So what's the third then? There's 3 platforms. You got Cryptus on one, Shadow Army on the other. What's the faction on the third platform? Not to be a party pooper, WP, but might I point out that the reason they're taking you back to Corteria in this expansion is it's the only other area they know all players have access to. ... Yeah? What? How's that been a party pooper? Oh, I mean, obviously. But so what? I don't... What's the big crime there? Yeah, everyone has access to it. It makes sense for the story to come back here. So we get to go back. What's the big deal? What other... You say it's the only reason. What other reasons are you looking for? WV. So Isgarin was aware of Ura's existence, but Ura was forged out of these White Mantle members after Mabon's death? Wait, hold on. You've lost me already. Isgarin was aware of Ura's existence. Where's that bit coming from? Okay, I guess what you're alluding to is at the end of base Janthir Wilds, where we go to the scene in the Wizard's Tower, and Isgarin suspects that there was Titan activity there because of the storms and stuff, right? Was he completely aware of Ura specifically? Am I forgetting a story beat? WP, I'd like to have Savas, I've forgotten how to say his name, to be Masat or Seer and have a connection to Mabon. Him seeing them turn into a Titan is why he had a lapse in judgment and decided to keep him safe. Oh, Banjo! Apply for Arenanet. Yeah! Go on, go send them your CV. That's excellent. That would have been really good. That would have really tied into his emotional turmoil. And I could have bought that, yeah. Savum was a new Titan that had been forged from a Masat soul that he recognized, and it was based on that. That's a failing. What the story they wrote right now is just mercy, which is not a failing. It's just empathy. It's just a man broken by war. There's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong that he lied about it and they didn't touch on any of that, really. I think that's a very cool idea. Okay, the quote about Ura is Isgarin saying the Titan Imperatrix, a foe I did not expect. Interesting. So when Isgarin said the Titan Imperatrix, he suggested he knows about Ura, right? So if he knew about Ura... So what are you guys doing in chat right now? Are you hinting to me that there's a bit of the story coming up? Or are you pointing out a plot hole to me? Because that sounds like a plot hole to me. The way we answered that plot hole is he was just, what's the word? He was posing. He was fronting. He didn't actually know anything. He was just like, oh yeah, I was in the know. I knew. That's what was going on there. That would also explain why the Titan didn't want to go through and wanted to wait for Mabon. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much you're transformed in mind when you become a Titan, right? Like, it's the soul, but the soul is so fucked up and different and changed. Their personality is different, right? But if elements of who they once were lingers... I mean, think about this. If these three Masar are the three Titans, and the game has not explained that to me yet, but if that's true, you know, they have new names now. We're not fighting Tatiana and Judge and Ulrich. We're fighting Greer and Decima. They've been reforged, right? They're almost like different things. So the fact it used to be a Masar shouldn't matter. But Mabon can't see it, and that's the tragedy, you know? That's a good story. By the way, look at this fucking Wayfinder relic. I'm telling you guys, it's really good. We've still got the other relics to look at, and we have the masteries to fill in. Should I just grab these? Okay, real quick here, guys. No, let's do the Brisbane thing, and then we'll do those one thing at a time. Oh wow, look, I'm completing events and getting bonus XP. Okay, so we have a journey. Yeah, this is the entryway. That's so good. Very, very clever. I like that we come back here.
A white mantle badge. Looks like Tatiana's. A mark of status as much as belonging. Should have been more careful where she sought to belong.
Right. What's her journal say? A warning. It is done. We have purged this place of unbelievers. Every last one of the unfaithful gone. Only 3 of us remain now. Ulrich, Judge, and I. It was not easy. Some of those among the fallen were friends once. Oh, okay. By the way, I was thinking this whole thing, like... Livia had that message of all white mantle activity, and in the back of my mind, a little critique that I had, that I thought was too petty to voice, but a little critique I had was, I was like, what? So there's still white mantle sitting around? So the war, because that kind of devalues the War in Kryta arc, doesn't it? It's like, come on. We can't just end the faction? Surely it's over now. Cordicus is dead, they were routed, they lost the war, there might be some hangers on, but really, do we have to indulge in that? But here, it looks like no, the story is that these 3 went and killed them all. Which is cool. One final purge. Every last one of the unfaithful gone. Only 3, which is so tragic. Some of those among the fallen were friends once. But they refused our vision. They wished to give up on our chosen mission. To doubt the undying will of Cordicus. Even after the noble sacrifice he made for us. Yeah, this is brilliant, right? They've come back to Tyrius. So they've learned that he died. They've learned everything. And they still believe. Well, at least she does. They learned the penalty for such abhorrent betrayal, for disloyalty, and now, you who reads of our cause knows the price of misgiving. With this journal, I leave behind the badge earned by passing my test, according with the others in my cohort of initiates. To accompany it, another surprise should any of our former allies try to find us in this place we once considered sanctuary. What, like a booby trap? The old ways are dead. We three shall now go forth to chart the future of the White Mantle. Upon our return, you will know the price for that future has been paid in our blood. We will come with cleansing fire. You have been warned. I like the essence of this story that shows how fanatics eventually turn on themselves, and you keep othering everyone else over and over and over. Eventually, you just destroy everyone. It's kind of cool that the death rattle of the Massar is them wiping themselves out. The death rattle of the White Mantle is them wiping themselves out. Sorry. White Mantle corpse here. This White Mantle body appears to have been crushed by the rubble surrounding the body. The man died recently, as the body is yet to show signs of decomposition. Where did this rubble even come from? I'm getting the sense it was a booby trap. White Mantle banner. This banner proudly displays the familiar white emblem of the White Mantle on a field of crimson red. Oh, I like reading that here. It's hard to believe that groups like this can endure for so long. Lovely, isn't it, really? When we saw the camp in the last episode, we walked in there at the start of Absolution in the camp. I was looking at the symbol thinking, the White Mantle symbol is so recognizable. It always reminds me of the Guild Wars 1 Living World and the Warring Crater that happened there, where you had like the Shining Blade and the articles that had their thing, and then the Shining Blade symbol as well. And here we are, 15 years later. Okay, so now we're going to go to Sin Furserai and the Forged Papers. That's what I always think about at the trading post. Okay, Salvation's Costs. We're going over there. Locate the final touchstone. What is a touchstone, though? They're very like... Oh, shit. Suspicious flag stand. Did I miss something? In Divinity's Reach? The fact that that's up there makes it feel like I did. However, it's 12 things, 3 locations. That would be 4 per, and there's 4 left. So there's a good chance that the flag stand is at the last location. Let's have a quick look again, though, over at... Where the shit were we? We were at the Plaza of Lissa, weren't we? Yeah, I missed it? Okay, well, let's see. Are the interactables even still there? That's the question. They weren't low down here. You did the same thing? You missed the flag stand too? Ugh, there's no interact... wait, am I at the wrong bit though? Or was it up near the Plaza of Grenth that we went? Did we go up to... Oh, I think we did actually, didn't we? Because it's near the... They said the Lake Doric entrance. Oh no, it wasn't here. You need to do the whole instance again. It's all gone. Okay, lots of you guys had the same thing. It's easy enough to do after you finish the chapter, but now it's gone. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'm glad I'm not alone with that. Where is it then? It must be a little bit more out of sight. Why is that dead guy there recently killed? Was it the Shining Blade hunting the remnants of the White Mantle? Yeah, Livia's letter mentioned some remnants. Maybe. I sort of felt like it was a booby trap that they suggested they had trapped the cave for any other fanatics that would come by, and that was a patsy that went there and got hit with the rubble.
You will be broken.
God. I'll tell you what, I'm so unsatisfied when Spear 2 doesn't one-shot these things. You expect to one-shot stuff with meaty hits in early game, and the fact that I don't...
I will live on.
So yeah, achievement eligibility, evidentiary standards. Gather all the evidence, and we will have missed one piece. It's alright. It's very close to the bedroll. There's no marker on it. It's a hidden object. Oh. And by that you mean it's just kind of jankily implemented. It should have a marker, it doesn't, kind of thing? Or is that actually some kind of cool revelatory Easter eggy type thing? I seriously doubt it's the second. Oh yeah, masteries. Let's do this real quick here. So yeah, homesteading, top tier now. Unlock the ability to use handiworker recipes. Your decoration cap's been increased to 500. Your rested experience bonuses from homesteads has improved. The rested experience bit I care about. I haven't really done much homesteading yet. But hey guys, it seems like it's going to be a feature in the next few mini X-Packs. So we'll probably get a new homestead in the next one. And I'm thoroughly excited to see what it is. And, you know, it will just take that moment where it all clicks for me and suddenly I'm really into the decorating. And, you know, week by week, we get more and more materials. The time gate becomes less of an issue. All right, then here, Massage Shadowcraft. Mastery over empowered beehives, bloodstone beehives, and mist-burned beehives gives me more bonuses. My Warclaw gets a speed boost when I interact with a beehive. I like how they specifically have to say interacting. Like, does it eat the beehive? You have Blazing Speed If you have Blazing Speed Mushrooms Mastery trained, the effects and duration are improved. Holy shit! It has synergy with one of the OG Heart of Thorns masteries. Blazing Speed Mushrooms can be found all over the Heart of the Maguma. Simply move near or through a Blazing Speed Mushroom to get a speed boost. So we've had that for years ago. Those are the speed mushrooms. And this Shadowcraft improves the potency of it. Sorry, everyone. I know this isn't the story. I've got to go check this shit out. Ah, we haven't been there on this character. Interesting. Oh, God. Next, your mounts gain a brief Bond of Vigor effect when we walk over one of those mushrooms. That's also pretty cool. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, maybe it's still only just talking about when we eat a beehive, not a mushroom. Gain boons when interacting with beehives. If you have the energy efficiency mastery, the boon durations are increased. No, I think it doesn't affect the mushrooms. It's just when you get a beehive. Honestly, guys. I've talked a lot of shit about the mastery system over the years, and one of the main things I've always advocated for is character-bound masteries that are cheaper to get. You know, maybe you do away with the point system altogether. You know, it doesn't take much to train them XP, but you get to indulge in them with each character you have. You feel like there's that asymmetry. You feel like there's that RPG progression to have. To me, having account-bound masteries is equivalent to having account-bound level 80. It's like, what's the point in the system? It doesn't mean anything when you just immediately have it all, right? That's one thing that I've talked about a lot. The other thing I would just think this would have worked much better as is a, you know, like a perk tree style setup. You know, like, I'm going to say PoE as an example, but it really doesn't just mean PoE, right? Like, WoW as examples of it. I'm playing Enshrouded at the moment, which has, you know, like, you've got a tree and there's nodes on the tree and they're in like different circles and you click and you upgrade. Like lots more piecemeal little things that you can click and grab and get more of. I really believe in that. That would have been such a better format for this. And you look at like this beehive thing and all these individual little nodes. I can imagine you've got like the central keystone you unlocked and then you've got the other little nodes you can unlock as you get XP in the different areas. It would have felt so much more satisfying and worthwhile. I really hate this list idea that they did with the mastery system. On so many levels, they implemented this in the most disappointing way. This could have been one of the most powerful things to really bring Guild Wars 2 alive. Anyway, and like I look at this, Massage Shadowcraft. There's a universe where they did the mastery system different, all right? I'm not going to say it has to be my exact fan fiction-y variation of it, right? But there's a universe out there where they did the mastery system infrastructure and UI and stuff. There's a universe where they did it differently. And people were fucking thrilled to get Massage Shadowcraft. Holy shit, we're learning Massage Shadowcraft? That is just an idea. It's so cool. It's such an interesting theme. It's so exciting. And then it's like, okay, what do we get? What do we... Oh, beehives. You can interact with the beehives for buff. It's like... Wah, wah. It pains me. And the more they do cool shit with it... It pains me more in some ways. All right, let's head. There it is, guys. Cordicus's Manor. Beautiful place. It's still got his amazing fountain there, dripping with waters. Stand in the right place, you'll see Our benevolent leader's face. You'd think that would have graffiti all over it now, or people would have ripped it out. Or disenchanted it so it falls down. The bees are the real masters of Tyria. Oh, indeed. Speaking of bees, coincidence? But there's a bit of a bee problem here, isn't? Oh, I've done the hearts, so you won't see them. Don't you clear beehives out around here? And centaur graffiti and rats and find hidden children. See, like, in the mini-X packs, I would like hearts that are just like this area of the world. You know, a little village to go to, normal, not floating in the sky, like the new Garenhof. The Garenhof Echo. And just some normal-ass fucking hearts and stuff. Bunch of NPCs to speak to. Ambient dialogue to find. Nice zoomed-in camera. Look at this. Adventuring on Tyria. I'm so happy they've brought us back here. Okay, oh, we're going on the roof? Oh, no, we're going in the building? This cat isn't hungry right now, is it not? Feed me. Are we seriously going on the roof of that house? Because mounts. No, sure, we go inside it. Hold on, this is kind of amazing. I didn't know you could go in this house.
I've lived in Beetleton my whole life.
How exciting for you.
Oh, here we go, through this door. Was this always open? Was this always doable? Okay, sorry. It's quite entertained by that. Oh, this is pretty cool. So there's a torch. There's some White Mantle stuff. That's an actual White Mantle shield you can get and wear. This shield, the shield propped in the corner, looks recently smithed. As though it has never been used in battle, it proudly bears the crest of the White Mantle in the center of the boss. Ceremonial, perhaps? And here's a torch. I don't doubt that that's a part of the weapon set.
A torch from Codicus's estate. Must have been a gift to Ulrich. I'm sure a gesture like that comes as high praise to his most devout. Personally, I'd take it as an insult. Looks like that's all of them. I should really get back to Bavanisos. Mabon can only hold the gate so long.
Yeah, weirdly paced here, having this in the middle of an action scene. What was it that... There was another moment in Guild Wars where they did... Was it Guild Wars? The exact same thing happened. Why would you take it as an insult? I mean, I get it. We don't like Cordicus, but if you're a White Mantle, you'd never take it as an insult, would you? Despite it being carved from lifeless stone, the visage of this statue glares at you with hooded eyes and a disapproving scowl that fills you with a strong sense of judgment and dread. Is that meant to be Cordicus? I like that. Someone modeled that years ago, and here they get to make a little note about it. Okay, yeah, we missed one, and then we missed the flag stand. But hey, it's no big deal. Okay, so it feels a bit shoehorned in, but I like the impulse of that instance. It feels really weird that we just...
Commander, they're marching on the Titan. You should head
just sort of teleported to the middle of the map. Had an action scene, left, and then This is going to be it, isn't it, guys? This is going to be the end. Hey, there's some side content, at least here. Second Hunter Camilla. Wayfinder, we always seem to meet in the nicest places. Given the present condition... When did we meet before? Hello again. Frode sent my squad here to stand ready to take you deeper into the belly of the beast. Just say the word. What can we expect deeper inside? It's chaotic. You've seen the defenses that Titan's got. Once you go inside, all bets are off. But that's what we're here for. My infiltration experts will be sure to get where you need to go. Thanks. So last year we were kind of building up to like the giant, demon citadel. There was that really incredible meta assaulting it. The throne room wasn't incredible, but it was something. This year we're kind of in the big open room with the Titan heart, right? And that's sort of the final... Was that it? That was the one bit of side content? See, that right side content like this that isn't of like deeper substance. Okay, Salvation's cost. I'm just going to read the recap real quick here. I want to see what the commander thought about this. Okay, so last we left off, keeping an eye on Livia certainly doesn't hurt matters. How long have we been going here? Yeah, we're only 2 hours in. We have time for this. Okay. Livia and I ventured farther into Barvanisos, or rather, farther into the innards of the Titan. We fought off several further attacks from the Titan spawn's immune system, and we set to work on incapacitating what appeared to be the Titan's inner organs. After making a fair amount of progress, I received a call from Waiting Sorrow. Although she didn't state so directly, she seemed to imply that she's found another of Mabon's memories. She also asked that I regroup with her and the others, without Livia. I understand her hesitance to trust Livia given all that's happened here. If Livia was in that scene, really, would it have been a big deal? That feels like quite a petty drama that ultimately didn't really mean anything. However, Waiting Sorrow has her own history of keeping secrets. Although she's earned my trust, that sort of approach is the last thing our party needs to repair its fractured bonds. For now, I'll humour her request and see if my suspicions about a newly discovered memory are correct. Humouring Waiting Sorrow's request, I ventured alone to meet with the rest of the allies. As suspected, Waiting Sorrow informed me that she had indeed discovered another of Mabon's memories. Eager to see what message Mabon had left behind this time, we gathered around to witness his memory. Upon our viewing, the wispy visage of Mabon revealed the very secret that he'd been holding on to. We witnessed him pursue the Titan, save us, according to Mabon, into the ruins of Barvanisos. After confronting it, Mabon conjured what appeared to be a killing blow. However, at the last moment, he instead cast a protection ward over the city. In doing so, that's interesting that comes across in the journal, but it was not really evident in the in-game animations. In doing so, Mabon chose not only to spare the Lone Titan's life, but also to protect it from further harm. Was it pity? A sense of kinship over being the last of one's kind? When confronting the Titan, I did notice that Mabon's words seemed to echo that of his altercation with Isgarin. I did notice that, indeed. The very one that began their friendship. In that moment, perhaps he sensed the futility of senseless killing. That's funny that they've got that in the thing. It's like Arenanet sort of saying, hey, don't miss this. It's cool. Don't worry, we didn't miss it. Or was it something darker? Did he assume Savus would die here, forever trapped? Whatever the truth may be, it rests with Mabon. I didn't even consider that. Would that have been so horrific? The memory stirred a cacophony of emotions among all of us. For me, one particular truth still shone clear. If we're going to succeed, there's no place in our party for infighting and petty division. I firmly stated my stance, and the group agreed, some a bit begrudgingly. Nevertheless, I called Livia to check in. She reported that her efforts had succeeded in knocking out the Titan's major organs, and she was now in the heart chamber wearing down the heart. Mid-conversation, the battle seemed to take a heated turn, and we lost the connection. We headed there to provide backup and complete our objective as a unified team. There's very little extra detail in this slot, is there? We arrived at the heart chamber and rushed to Livia's aid. It was soon obvious that in order to stop the constant immune system attacks for good, we need to find a way to seal the Mistgate and stop the flow of magic that Savus feasted on. They're treating him like an elder dragon, really. So the gate is open, feeding the Titan. The Titan cannot be killed without closing the gate. After clearing another round of enemies, Isgarin tried convincing Livia to sacrifice the Scepter of Ore, as it seemed the only viable option suited for the task. As might be expected, this suggestion went over like a lead airship. The Mistgate reactivated, spitting out hordes of shadow creatures. Strangely enough, the Scepter proved ineffective against these creatures during battle, creating a new obstacle. Mid-ambush, a compound word? I've never seen that, that's awesome. The shadow creatures cornered Anise. Before I or any of the others even had time to react, Poised Arrow sprang into action, guarding Anise against the onslaught. If the cub didn't already have my respect, he sure earned it for his heroism when it was sorely needed. But this was not the time for a feel-good celebration. When the ambush seemed to ease, the scepter began trembling in Livia's hands. Suddenly, in an entrance as grand as the wizard himself, Mabon emerged from the Mistgate. There was a brief moment there where I thought Menzies was coming out of that gate. And I was so ready to have that Balthazar moment again, you know. This was no dreamlike memory of Mabon. He or his essence greeted us with his typical warmth. Yeah, I think there needed to be something visual to distinguish him from the other walking, talking memories we had. You know, in one form he was a wisp, but he was also just there chatting with us a few times. In his typical warmth.
So the good counselor has volunteered.
You know, I have to say, I was really shocked there was no dialogue interrupting us that whole time up until now. He or his essence greeted us with his typical warmth, as if just stepping off a Canthan beach. Alone and beach. Ah! Wasting no time. I'm sure they have nice beaches in Cantha. Wasting no time, he cast a ward over the mist gate to prevent more unwelcome visitors from seeping through, anchoring himself to the spell. They have nice beaches in Cryo too. We had questions. Fortunately, Mabon had answers he was willing to share. To sum it up, he suspects the 3 Titans we defeated were forged by the souls of the 3 White Mantle members, whose camp we discovered earlier. See, that wasn't said very explicitly in the scene, though, was it? To put an end to the chaos, he believes we must release their souls from the mists using a touchstone important to each during their lifetimes. See, this is all new as well. This wasn't a part of the mechanics of death that I knew them as. So a touchstone will release their souls from the mists? Is it going to bring their souls back here to these objects they valued in life? Therefore, they're not in the mists. Therefore, they can't be reforged into Titans again? I don't know. My next objective is to track down these touchstones across Tyria. Though Mabon is a powerful wizard, he can't hold the gate closed indefinitely, and so my race against time begins. Just give me a few hours to pen this lovely diary entry. Okay, and now we're here at Salvation's Cost. Upon returning to Bavanisos, I received a letter from Livia. Did we ever leave? I received a letter from Livia detailing the journey ahead. I am now preparing to set out across Tyria to find the 3 White Mantle touchstones. Although the scope of the journey is daunting, I suspect that narrowing my search to known havens of White Mantle activity will be a good place to start. And with the time limited, I have no choice but to be strategic. Best be on my way. So after some consideration, I decided to make the first stop of my search at Ruickton, Divinity's Reach. Here I found Judge's prayer book. These seemingly innocent prayers are a stark contrast to the more sinister ramblings into which his later work devolved. Oh. No, I don't get it. Well, whatever. The ones we wrote there were from before his journey, I guess. It's tragic to imagine the life of a young person fueled by zealous belief in a cause that later uses them as a discardable pawn to realize its vision. Youth is ripe for manipulation. It makes me wonder what wayward paths myself and those I consider friends could have veered down had the wrong influence wrapped its tendrils around us in the times we were most vulnerable. An eye-opening thought, surely, but it's not best to dwell on. Not that I have the time to do so. I made my next stop at Wendon Steps in Brisbane Wildlands. Here, I was able to locate Tatiana's White Mantle badge. This search for sentimental objects has me wondering what sort of item would represent my life so strongly it could unbind my soul from the depths of the mist. See, look! Oh, come on. Look, I know I sound like a nerd that's being really picky and asking for way too many concrete details. I'm not asking you to do that much. Just a bit more. Like, the journal is fairly explicit about the mechanics going on here. It makes sense to the commander, but I really think we need a little bit more of like okay, what is a touchstone? Can I at least ask that question? And then maybe, what does it mean to be unbound from the mist? Just like, you don't have to explain it too hard. You can give me a mystical answer. Just give me, like, something coherent. Like, I'm having to imagine the mechanics here. And then they're being, like, half confirmed in the journal. So they're items that can unbind you from the depths of the mists. For Tatiana, it seems her badge represented a place of belonging. Although I certainly can't condone the company. And what is it the commander's seeing when he spots these? When Odin picks these up, what is it he's, he feels it. Okay, so at least tell me he feels it. I can understand how the desire to belong can underpin one's life to such an extent. That's something inherent in all of us, but wickedness has a way of preying on such needs and redirecting the pain for its own purpose. This makes me feel a bit sad as well, because reading this, I kind of see the writer, the IRL writer, they're really interested in some big ideas about how cults form, about how people are led astray, how we're all vulnerable ultimately, how we can be used and abused. These are great human, exciting, emotional stories. They're really good. And you can kind of feel there's a desire to tell that story in Guild Wars 2. And it's just not been told. The material isn't here. It's nice that the commander's thinking about this stuff, and therefore maybe we, the player, are a little bit now that we're reflecting on it. But come on, you want to tell that story? Tell the story. It's a good story. You know, I don't get all of that from interacting with an old flag post, right? Anyway, so the commander ruminates deeply. I can understand how the desire to belong can underpin one's life to such an extent. That's something inherent in all of us, but wickedness has a way of preying on such needs and redirecting that pain for its own purposes. Finally, as we meditate solemnly in the middle of this action scene, finally I made my last stop at the Shire of Beetleton in Queensdale. Here I found a torch gifted to Ulrich by Cordicus. Based on the recounting of their interactions, Ulrich seemed to be something of a favourite of Cordicus. Oh, really? I hadn't really got that impression. What, because he gave the torch? Not sure that's quite the compliment Ulrich would have believed it to be, although a mentor's praise has a way of filling a need of approval in those who long for such reassurance. Perhaps Ulrich sought such validation, but there's no time to wonder. I must return to Mabon with the touchstones and prepare to walk among the dead once more. Alright. Hello, Kerry. Considering I've missed most of the patch, did we learn what the Heart of the Obscure is yet? No. No, and we won't. Next time. Next time, Kerry. Come on. Next mini-X pack. Alright, ready, everybody? I'm turning the dialogue on. I'm assuming this is the final instance. Salvation's cost. To be frank, you never interacted with the old flag post. That's true. Oh, I'm sure I would have got it all if I just interacted with the flag post. I would have come out of it. You know, it's like I would have just watched The Wire or something, right? I really would have been thinking about how society forms in ways that are not always beneficial to everyone. It would have been brilliant. My heart really would have gone out for him. Okay.
I located the touchstones. All mementos from their time with the White Mantle.
Imagine having such a sad life. Your most valuable possessions are from joining a cult. What would our item be? A legendary recrafted, maybe?
Tend to seek hope in impossible salvation.
Hello, Mabon.
Tormented as their souls might be, these items shall resonate with their owners enough to cleave the demonic essence.
Right. If it were up to me, they'd rot in the bowels of that hellscape for all eternity. That I'd consider justice.
As might I.
But they're not rotting there.
But if the price of their damnation is the birth of more titans, does that not compound the injustice?
Good point, is going.
Time for philosophical discussion later. I cannot hold this gate indefinitely.
No use delaying. Let's move out.
See, even here, right, it would have flowed much more naturally if I could just say to Mabon, are you okay holding the gate for a minute? And he says, yeah, it's not going to be good, but I can do it for a while. You know, just a little line like that makes that whole arc flow a bit better. And it's just that thing, just more dialogue to just put this stuff in game. All right, here goes our adventuring party. Are we going in there? Wait, we're going in? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, God. What is this going to be? Seriously. How is this going to look on the other side? To be honest, guys, the Realm of Torment did not look great. Well, in some areas, some parts of it did. This is just going to look like Nyos, isn't it? It's going to be a lot of Nyosian elements. Ready, Mabon? This is that thing, again, when it comes to spectacle and big moments, it's all about the budget. It's all about how many new assets there are. It's all about that shit. Ready? Oh, great concept art. That was a brilliant loading screen.
What is this nightmare?
Right. This is your first time here. We're in the Realm of Torment, deep in the mists. It's sort of an afterlife.
The Foundry of failed creations, to be precise. The abyss from which titans are born.
And he says, Mabon said the tormented souls are anchoring the gate from here, so they should be nearby. I'm just waiting to see if anything happens. You know what it immediately reminds me of? Season 2 in the Glint's Lair thing. I think I'm just too much of a nerd and I've played too many of the instances. It's alright, actually, honestly, guys. If I get out of my own head for a second and I stop playing this game of being like, oh, this is what it looked like. So hold on, let's press M and see what we got. Okay. You know, this looks a lot like, you know, the Desolation, where there's the entrance to the Realm of Torment there, and they had all these spiky rocks around in POF. It looks a lot like that, doesn't it? And it's kind of cool that it looks a lot like that, because you probably should have a similar impression. If I get out of my own head and I stop thinking about like what assets I've seen before or whatever, it's not bad. So it is the Realm of Torment. And it is the Foundry. So, just to be clear, the Foundry in GW1, in the Domain of Anguish, it was shit. I'm telling you guys, it was just some flat fields and just some walls around. It wasn't very good. So, almost anything Arenanet does in the sequel is going to be an improvement. This is quite bizarre. So last year, the whole thing was about going to Nios. There was a lot of effort and energy put into it. This year, we go to the Realm of Torment in just a small moment. I guess this is kind of the equivalent of going to the library in POF, right? The library scene, where there was epic amounts of spectacle. The birds flying like books, the music. There was that scene was crazy. So they've done something similar here, right? This is like the library scene again, but maybe with just a lower budget. Let's see what we've got as we go through. So we've taken these items. See, as Garin said, the abyss from which Titans are born, like a de facto thing, like there is only one Foundry. See, can I press F on him and ask whether Lear came here? Okay, so the souls are anchoring the gate from here. They should be here. You know what? Have you guys been watching my Oblivion LP? Do you remember when I went to
Ren, you were here before? Do these demons look different than you remember them?
They do appear to have changed. It's been quite some time since my last visit.
You've been here.
Centuries ago. I had to clean up after some heroes.
Centuries ago. Is he talking about the Guild Wars 1 heroes? He must be, right? What did he have to clean up? Cormier cleaned up, surely. See, oh, there's so much though. So like, okay, so Waiting Sorrow left the Wizard's Court just before the searing, right? Waiting Sorrow left the Wizard's Court at that point. So Waiting Sorrow was not with the court during the events of Guild Wars 1. So Waiting Sorrow was not with the court when Nightfall happened. So Waiting Sorrow was not with the court when Cormier took over this place. So Waiting Sorrow would have never come here when Cormier had it all cleaned up and all of the Abaddon minions were gone. So when she says today, well, these demons look different, that does make sense. That's not a plot hole or anything. It does make sense. The last time she came here, it was probably still Abaddon's jail. So that's all fine. She might not necessarily know. But shouldn't Isgarin know the deal? If Isgarin came here after GW1, surely he knows.
You said this place is like an afterlife. So, not everyone who dies ends up here, right?
No. It's mostly just for corrupt souls. It gets more complicated than that, but nothing to worry about.
This is really good.
Oh. Okay.
Poised Arrow's like the best character in this expansion. He except he's only speaking about 20% as much as he should. Poised Arrow should be like, oh this, but why? Since when? I don't get it. He should be saying that shit over and over and over again so that Joe Schmoes can enjoy the story. Over and over. That scene we just had, that little moment there, that was perfect. There needs to be so much more of that. Yeah, talk to me about the process of souls in the afterlife. Let's make it slightly more. Let's shine a light on it. Over and over and over and over and over. You need... Pokey's brilliant. We need the ignoramus, right? Who gets to innocently ask questions. See, what's getting me at the moment is surely Isgara knows. But he just doesn't say anything. Again, it's always the same thing. And to be fair, right, like, these are all my instant, in-the-moment reactions. Maybe Arenanet will answer all this stuff just slowly and steadily over time. I'm asking for too much too quick. By the way, I'm alright with all these instances. Sorry, guys, I'm alright with them. Yeah, it's a lot of generic combat or whatever, but I'm fine with it. If you find that's really boring, play any build. Deal with the tormented souls. Okay, there's 3 souls here. Oh, Livia and Anise are talking.
Far to bear us this scepter, long used in our kind's subjugation. It has found its rightful home. With it, we shall rule our own destiny. So it is written. So it is our divine right.
Kneel now and relinquish our gift. Then maybe we'll allow you to leave unharmed.
She's quite cool. I like her voice. She's a psycho. Livia says, I watched my homeland burned at the hands of your kind. You'd think I'd bow to you, let alone gift you such power. The shadow has warped your minds. We'll be sure to set them straight. Okay, good music. Okay, Judge. Oh, so we're not fighting the Titans. We're fighting them. Oh, you got to pull it out of the park here, Arenanet. Give me something big. If this is the throne room scene... Holy fuck, I love my resustain. Look at this shit. Okay, let's see what they got. You know what? I don't really have any good range. That's a lot of blinds. Is this going to be a technically interesting battle, but with minimal spectacle? Jumping out of that. Or J.I. back in.
You were always the weak link.
Right, down he goes.
Cybus knew it and played you like the pawn you are.
You speak falsehoods. Retribution will meet you in the end.
We do. Odrin...
Sounds like it's meeting you first.
Odrin still thinks it's Cybus.
Use the heart to channel its essence into his soul.
Oh, I see. It's more Heart of the Obscure MacGuffin. I see! I see! It all makes sense. Touchstones? Come on, WP. You have the Heart of the Obscure! Oh, it's getting pretty farcical now, isn't it? By the way, thinking of this patch from the perspective of a player that still thinks it's Cybus, none of this shit would make any sense at all. If you're a player and you haven't cottoned onto the Menzies Shadow Army stuff at this point, like, what does any of this mean? There was something else I was going to say. I forget. Alright, let's channel.
Hollow as his own righteousness. I can't stand people like that.
On to the next. Hopefully we get all 3 at once. I'm hoping there's a Titan transformation phase coming. I'm so confused about what the distinction between these guys, Ura and Greer, right now. Oh, I know what I was going to say. We're fighting with Livia, so they've got fragility on them, which is epic. I love that detail. That's so cool. It was fun fighting with her in Siren's Landing, and it's fun doing it here again. Look how fucking good Judge's intervention is. As soon as there's a bit of movement and something real going on in the combat, these fucking movement skills are sick. Love them. I think the NPCs are dealing with all the break bars for me. Didn't even need it that time.
Close with your vile tricks. What is happening to me? What have you done?
Wait, there's something called the Heart of Azeroth.
Channel the badge's essence into her soul.
Oh, they have Waiting Sorry say the same line, as if to make it accentuate it even more. These battles were quite tough for my early. Yeah, I can feel there's a bit of pressure in these fights, definitely. I can feel that there's some pressure there. But this is like the worst case scenario. A lot of players don't want this. They want easy breezy fights that look fancy. It's very bad when Guild Wars doesn't ask any mechanical skill of you ever, and then randomly throws a scene in where it does. It just doesn't work, you know. That's why the personal story being what it is such a failure. This will never be popular, this format. I mean, thankfully I've got a good sustain build going. If you condition the player base at all times to relish in the combat system and sort of know a bit of what's going on, then yeah, you can do this kind of thing, but... To me, what this reads as is they didn't really have anything great for a big climactic final boss moment. So they thought, well, at the bare minimum, we can give it a bit of gameplay. But we'll see. I mean, surely we get the 3 Titans. But so these ghosts are awaiting Titan treatment, are they? We're not actually at the Foundry right now. Oh. I don't think that sword's going to hit him.
You will not defeat us in the name of Conicus, of Thor! Conicus's torch, the heart will channel its essence. Do it, Wayfinder.
So what are we doing? Dragging them back to Tyria, so to speak? What is actually happening with them here? They lose the shadow and they fall to the floor.
That should do it.
Anise says pick better heroes next time. Small-minded fools, they didn't deserve Absolution.
Some may very well say the same of us. Perhaps none of us are so deserving.
Look at that fucking guy. What a great thing to say.
It's a discussion best saved for Tyria. I've had my fill of the underworld for at least another century.
Oh my god, look at the marker. Oh, just return to the Mistgate. I mean, the tilted ruins slanted to the side and stuff does feel very classic Foundry-y. Is that the actual Foundry over there, as they've envisaged it? That's quite cool, isn't it? Let's see what happens. Wait, title drop? Oh yeah, Absolution. The word Absolution appeared there. Nice. I didn't even pick up on that. Possibly because it wasn't voiced and I was just focusing on the fact that I was voicing it. Oh god, there's not a Titan thing, is there? That's it.
You corrected my mistake when I could not. And here I thought Epoch was your finest work to date.
Huh.
We did not shoulder those burdens in solitude. What a difference it makes in trusting the confidence of others. Though, perhaps some could learn to be more patient so as to encourage such trust. Lessons abound. Now all that remains is to close the Mist's Gate from this side. And then, I may rest.
So, this is goodbye, then. I'm grateful I had the chance to
Why don't you fucking apologize to him?
As am I. It's good to see you back. You're right where you should be.
Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, this is outrageous!
The sound of that.
Anise, keep Livia in line. Livia, you do the same for Anise. I'd tell you to keep her safe as well, but I know her better than that. She's more than capable.
Oh yeah, Anise is such a badass. Everybody be aware that she's a badass.
Sorry. I chose the Wayfinder for a reason. Place faith in one another, and each give the other a reason to do so.
You have my word.
Yes, well, I think it's about time, Livia.
Fine.
Goodbye, my friend. Farewell. Thank you.
I cannot... She's culpable for his demise. She didn't say shit. Again, not enough dialogue. Seems like they should have space for conversations like that. Oh my god, man. Alright, I get it. I get the disappointment with this. Because I know what this feels like. This feels like they introduced a lot of shit, didn't really talk about very much of it. We came to the realm of torment for the blink of an eye, when it feels like this deserves to be at least its own map, right? Its own patch all about this. It feels like this is an arc that got given to us in like 10 minutes. The actual gameplay was walking down some things, fighting some enemies so small we couldn't even really see them through the combat effects, and then walking out again. Not to mention, some people will have got soured because their builds won't have been able to do those fights very well. Writing the Scepter of Orau after not really even talking about it very well in JW. We don't even see the main Titans. We don't go close to the Forge. I wonder if there's a big twist where we see Menzies now? I mean, is that it? That is it. They don't even like... It's just the Shadow Army bit. Let's see. Wayfinder, so this is goodbye once more. Suppose we're getting better with practice. I'd certainly say so. And the Mabon coming back treatment is very similar to Snaf and so on in Season 4. I don't actually really have a big problem with this, so to speak. I'd certainly say so, and I meant it earlier. You do have my word. Wait, my word on what? Let me read that again. Place faith in one another and give each other a reason to do so. You have my word. Of course you have the commander's word. The commander places faith in fucking everyone and never gets in trouble for it. Case study A, Pather. Ah. Alright. Well, look, yeah, go. Look, I'll put my faith in Cordicus next time. Let's see. I don't know. I'd certainly say so, and I meant it earlier, you do have my word. I will trust blindly, despite what I was just privately wondering to myself when reflecting on the White Mantle and how they got led astray. It's not your faith that gives me pause, though perhaps Eparch was correct on one notion. You and Isgarin bear some things in common. I trust you both to navigate them. We've managed this long, ask Eparch, though you already seem well aware. Yeah, the Mabon's reflecting on the end of all that? I have my ways. Oh, do you now? Ah! Maintain that amity and it will serve you well. Take care of yourself, Wayfinder. Farewell, Mabon. I thought he was going to despawn dramatically there, but no, we didn't have time to script that. Alright, let's go. The Mist Gates beckons you back to Tyria. You can sense that Mabon has set it to deliver you safely to the Alliance staging ground in the Mistburn Barrens. There's not a little thing I can press F on that says, oh, Leah was here recently. It's overstuffed. Oh, all this talk about how they scaled back and how it's not a world-ending threat, blah, 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 blah. This expansion, again, is overstuffed. There is too much story for the screen time. So they have a really brief look at the Foundry of Failed Creations, which leaves people feeling unsatisfied. Leaves people feeling like something they've wanted to see for a long time just came and went really quickly. You know, at the very, very, very least, right? I would have had the Mistburned Barrens section of this expansion be Bavanisos itself, and the Titan merge with the city, right? That's this patch. And then this patch is the Foundry. If you're going to do it, do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying you have to have the Foundry as its own map. You don't have to. But quite a lot has been built up, and that's really a good way to set off. In Season 2, guys, when we went to Glint's Lair, right, which was another, like, very elaborate... Glint's Lair was probably handled better than the Foundry of Failed Creations was there. But there was no build-up for that, really. It just sort of happened. we have the adventure with Casimir and with Marjorie, and we learn about the egg and the Master of Peace and stuff that was there. And then that's it. That was a really, really carefully made, really intriguing, awesome environment with lots of like well-scripted bosses and sequences in it. Huge amounts of dialogue. That was just put in the middle of Season 2. That was more satisfying and delivered better than the Foundry was. That's the climax of the expansion. How stretched thin are these guys? Really? And if they are that stretched thin, you can't write that, I don't think. So Mabon took the Scepter of Ore. We didn't see it get destroyed. They suggested this. I'm reading chat, sorry. They suggested the scepter would get destroyed to close the gate. Yeah, we didn't see that happen. Oh, I'm so this was overstuffed again. They even said post Secrets of the Obscure, they realised they were stretched thin and they would do better in Janthir Wilds. The thing is, right, what they took from that was to tell a story that wasn't about the fate of the free world, which is what they did. They told a story here that isn't about the fate of the free world, but they introduced a lot of big, cool topics, but too briefly... I don't know. This is a very complicated topic to talk about, and I can't just randomly pull some solution out my arse and speak about it with, like, true conviction without quite a lot of meditation, so whatever. But, yeah, I get why... Like, I don't think they should have done a very bare bones Foundry scene like that. It feels very anticlimactic to not see Surveillum die, or... I mean, fuck, we didn't even see the gate close. We didn't get an animation of the gate opening. We didn't get an animation of the gate closing. We didn't see the scepter get destroyed. Very little was actually portrayed in-engine on-game. There were no cutscenes. There was just so... Like... Well, look, we're not done. We're going back to the Tyrian Alliance. Odrin for the first time, as it would so seem. Alright, we're going to Rurikton, in fact. Wait, no, not Rurikton. We're going to the Palace waypoint. I was going to end up at Ebonhawk there, but that's not what we wanted to do. Sorry, I feel like I should read chat here. So go on, guys. Give me your takes. I want your takes. Let me eat your takes. Let's see. See you in the next expansion, question mark. We did see it blow up on the mist side. Did we? We did see it close. He blew it up and the Scepter of Ore up. Why make it specifically the Foundry just for that? Just have it be the generic Realm of Torment? Look, again... The Foundry was kind of horseshit in Guild Wars 1 anyway. It's not like this amazing, magical, oh, we've been looking forward to it for 20 years. I can see Arenanet basically being like, you know what, it's kind of a throwaway location, fuck it, let's put it up. A lot of us have nostalgia and memories of it because we farmed it, but I'm telling you guys, it's just some floor. It's just big open fields filled with mobs, mostly. It's not the spectacle they gave you in Guild Wars 2 is much bigger. It's not so much about the environment to me. It feels like it all could have been better if they had more time. The premises were good, but the execution was meh. Yeah. The question is, how do you tell a story when you really don't have the funds? You don't have the team. You don't have the artists. You don't have the money for cutscenes. There's no money. We're all out of fucking money. I don't know what to tell you. Right? So that's the situation they're in, right? So how do you tell a story? Do you say, oh, I really want to go to the Foundry. The Foundry is the way to end this. I really want to do it. And you just say, okay, guys, let's hustle. Let's do as good as we can. And you fucking really stretch for it, and your reward for that is everyone bitching it's terrible in the end? Or do you just do you cut it completely? I don't have the answer to that. Unceremonious. That's a good good term for it. Expansion where every 1.5 years could have worked. Like, think about. Okay, well, no, I want to stress. I still think pound for quantity wise, mini X packs are very high on quantity. Guys, I want to point out 2 years ago we hadn't even heard of fucking Secrets of the Obscure in the Wizard's Tower. That's just 2 years. 24 months ago. It's not for Guild Wars timescales. That's nothing. Less than 2 years ago. None of this. I would say both expansions in hand now over just a 2-year period. There's a lot of story here. There's a lot we've played through. A lot. And as far as Guild Wars is concerned, they are on pace to doing a lot of shit. You know, especially when you consider like the mechanical tweaks, like the Wizard's Vault coming in, like all the new weapons and stuff. I do want to argue that the mini X packs are overall giving us a lot of quantity. The thing is, the budget for it seems very low. And it feels like, you know, the quality within all of that is not quite there. I mean, in some places it is. I think, for example, the Janthir Wilds weapons are better than the End of Dragons weapons. In terms of art, you know, a lot of the End of Dragons stuff was literally reusing and reculling pre-existing shit, right? I think they did a better job. And this was not a full price thing like End of Dragons was. So in some areas, they have succeeded with the quality. But as far as, like... the main narrative is going, I don't know. It's just overstuffed, you know? Like, not only did they task themselves in this patch with doing the whole Foundry, but they also tasked themselves with creating a Masart city merged with a Titan. A Masart city in the process of being digested by a Giga Titan. That's fucking epic. Both of those things are epic. Can you do them both in one patch? I like the epic ideas. I really do. On paper, this has the potential to be an excellent ending. Truly brilliant ending. But once again, is it overreaching? I'm making you dizzy. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'll walk normally. I don't like zooming in like this because you can see my hair clipping through my armor. I'm okay to talk about that now because we're right near the end. There you go. Let's put the helmet on. Right, okay, we got to go to the UN. Sorry, I'm back here at DR. By the way, there is still a nice area in the new map, which I think you've not seen. Yeah, I haven't done map comp on the new map. I'm hoping there's side stories. Again, I shouldn't speak so soon. I haven't played it all yet. Oh, okay, there is a side story. Case 32382, Titan organ smuggling. We need to read a letter. We might get that at the end. So, guys, there will be another episode. Tomorrow, we will get map comp, and we will do the side story. Was there a quest in the Wizard's Vault? Oh, look at this. Back to the early days of Season 3. Look at this shit, guys. Why do I not hear the music from the... Whoa, it's all... It's a bit loud, isn't it? There we go. There's a jumping puzzle too. Awesome. Yeah, we also got Wing A, and there's a Fractal this patch to play, that's true. Zach Al says, how satisfied were you with the expansion? I don't think I can just wrap that out. Look, to me, the story journal Green Starburst experience is not the expansion. The expansion is also the open world, and it's the new innovations with how hearts work, and it's the new weapons, and the new masteries, and the fractal, and the convergence, and the raids, and everything. You know, and there's loads of ups and there's loads of downs all over the place with that. You know, it's how much grind they asked of me. It's, you know, my incentive to play. It's a lot of the expansion is huge, right? That's, to me, just looking at the fact that the Foundry of Failed Creations is crammed in at the end and there's not much of a boss fight, that's not enough to condemn the whole expansion. It's just not. I'm sorry. And I think putting all of it on that one point is dangerous. But at the end of the day, that's what people will do. So Arenanet need to be aware of that, and they really need to put, you know, the finale first. What's that thing people say? Write the start and the end first, so that they're your high points. Make the start and the end first, and then work on the middle. And the thing is, they don't really have the luxury of that with this formula for mini X packs, do they? You genuinely think it was better than Secrets of the Obscure? It's more the last patch didn't land with a heavy hit. Feels very unfortunate. Oh, you mean the whole expansion? Yeah. I think Absolution versus... what was it called? The Midnight King? Yeah, the Midnight King. Absolution versus the Midnight King. Now, that's an interesting topic. Rewind the clock 1 year ago, guys. Alright, it's 1 year ago, okay? What did we have? We had a small instance, and then they made us do an adventure, and then we had a small instance and an adventure, and then we skipped into the throne room and beat Epoch. If you took the time to do the meta, it was actually a really good meta, and there was an achievement incentivizing you doing it all in order. What do we think of that? You know, the throne room was good, the tower was good and stuff. The aesthetic was still very similar to the rest of the Nio stuff. Alright, the big crime, I think, of the Midnight King was the story was fucking boring. What they actually wrote was boring. The fact that Paether came out to just being nothing was boring. The cryptids were written completely in an unentertaining way to me. The decisions they made with the story was boring. This year, I really like the actual underneath story. I love all this shit about the Messiah. I love a city half eaten by a Titan. I love that we go to the Foundry of Failed Creations. I love these hints about Menzies. The story is good, but the gameplay, the instances do not meet that level of excitement or that level of quality. They kind of had different issues, right? You preferred Absolution, you just need it to end with a bang? Yeah, we're forward in time again now. You just played the Epoch meta yesterday, it was awesome. Yeah, it was. What did I just say to you guys a couple of days ago? It will be interesting if Barvanisos' meta is a swan song to the Warclaw, just as this was a swan song to the, a love letter to the Skyscale. And there are Warclaw interactions. I've only done one lane so far. You know, there were some, but I don't know, there wasn't too much. Is the jumping puzzle a cool Warclaw jumping puzzle? You feel that Janthir Wilds was better than Secrets of the Obscure, so that's why you want to see another mini X-Pack? Overall, I think that Janthir Wilds is a better mini X-Pack, yeah. Because so much of the actual subject material really hit for me. I had incredible amounts of fun in Janthir Sintry. I also had a good amount of fun in Amnitas. But I had much more fun in these two maps than I did in these two maps. I had much more fun... Ooh, wow. What do we think? Okay, for like lore and shit, this was amazing. All the stuff here was really good. Lore and stuff here was just rubbish. Yeah, pound for pound, I think Janthir Wilds does have a better impression on me. It really, really fucking whiffed the end there. The very end. But, I mean, let's not forget that I've done 2 videos on Absolution. The first of them, I was very positive the whole way through. It's just that same story of, like, what I want to see for Mini X-Pack 3 is more interaction with NPCs, more small talk, more honest exploration of the setting, more opportunities for the commander to ask questions. And I just want that detail work to be there. You know, if all that detail work was there, if I could have asked a lot of questions, if there were environment things that I could interact with, if they talked about what the Lear's plan to go to the Foundry and all that shit, then I wouldn't have minded that the boss didn't feel that great at the end, right? It's basically missing a final boss, that's what I would say. And I wouldn't have minded too much, and I would have been alright about the environment. You know, why did I love the Dermond Priory Library in Season 2? Why did I love that? Yes, there was spectacle and assets, Zaitan's tail being hung overhead, the statue of Abaddon, the whispering librarians, the quiet vibe, you know, the map floor. Yeah, there was assets. Yeah, you know, there was the anti-Kythera thing painted on the roof. I mean, it was... Okay, that was just an epic thing. But one of the things I really loved about it was there was so much to interact with. Not just reading the books, but you could interact with the, you know, artifacts and stuff around the wall. Whenever I'm getting interactions, I'm really happy. You know, that instance in Season 2 is not a good example because it was just stellar in every way. The thing is, I think they already know that. The point is, they're too spread thin to be able to deliver that stuff. I don't know. I don't think it's a question of ambition or misallocating resources. I think it's literally there are no resources. This is my guess. Right, put a pin in everything I said. Let's actually finish the goddamn thing. Salvation's cost. Here we go. Dude, the lighting on my arm is really good here. There we go. We're padding the the experience as much as possible. RP walking all the way in there. Honestly, I thought that the dialogue would start right here, which is why I'm RP walking. Turns out it's going to be on the left. No, I'm committing to it, guys.
Welcome, Commander. The Council is waiting for you in the audience chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wait. Dougal? Dougal, I miss you. Are you here, Dougal? Is there hidden lore, Dougal? Janthir Wilds, you made me so happy with the last time when Dougal was here and there was hidden lore. Oh my god, are they going to reveal the mystery of what that glamoured message was? They're just going to tell us it was like a cupcake recipe in the end. Holy shit, this door's open now. What the What? That door wasn't always open, was it?
I'm listening.
I'm listening. What you got to tell me, dude? And this door?
I serve Lion's Arch.
You do indeed. Dougal. Dougal, where are you? Dougal. He's not here. Maybe he's on the roof. We can glide now. Dougal, are you up here? Alright. I give up. Are you... Is that Dougal? No, it's another light guard. Not through this door. Oh, no, there he is! Oh, what the fuck? Ah.
How are you?
Wow.
Hey there!
Whoa, his fucking voice. Is that always been his voice?
Be careful out there.
He sounds like a pirate.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Good to meet you too. He's not so keen on me. Well, here we go. Here's everyone. I mean, this could be amazing. Is it gonna be every bit as good as the other ones? Good idea to end it all here. You hope they don't use that voice for him. Sounds like Jecht, like Tidus's dad. He does a bit, actually, yeah. It's the Season 2 dude voice. Or a Warcraft 3 character. Alright, hello everybody. Oh, I am Councillor Ludo of Ratasum. Call this session to order. As we are here to discuss recent events in Janthir and Bavanisos, Countess, would you care to deliver your report? Of course. We traced the cause of the Titan outbreak to the White Mantle. They were sent into Janthir on Caudicus's behalf before his death. They were searching for a Mistgate in Bavanisos to give their leader an upper hand. To what end, we're still passing out. They were all killed, but they were also successful in their mission, hence our little Titan problem. It didn't even go into details of their death, but that problem has been resolved. The Titans are dead, all 4 of them. The gate is sealed. Commander, you were first-hand participant in these events. Can you confirm for the Council? Well, the music's good here.
I can testify to the Countess's report. We were able to defeat the 3 initial Titans, and then a 4th. It had been living in the city since the city fell. When the White Mantle entered the ruins, it manipulated them into opening the gate. The scepter, Legavo, played a significant role in sealing it. Livia's judgment aside.
So Odrin still thinks Sveum did it. But as we already established, Sveum did not do it. Sveum couldn't do it. Or no, or maybe Sveum did manipulate them. But only as humans they could open the gate. Oh my god, is it that Halo Reclaimers thing? You think carefully about what you believe the Tyrian Lion should focus on at the conclusion of your report. Focus the council to reflect on a great victory. Remind the council of your judgment. Call on the memory of a fallen friend. Oh, this is quite interesting. What should we... This is kind of like the end of Path of Fire, isn't it? At the end of POF, you get to make your speech and you get to... I mean, they should do it exactly like that Path of Fire ending. That was fucking awesome, you know? And you can do a really weird, bad speech so that the crowd is like... Urgh. That's an all-time great moment of the game. So call on the memory of Mabon. I kind of want to do that. I want to be sweet and nice. The thing is, I don't think many of them really know Mabon. Remind the council of my judgment. What do you mean, my judgment? Focus them to reflect on a great victory. No, screw that. Let's do the judgment, because I don't really know what it's going for here.
But my approval of Livia's use of Legavo was made clear. Though we emerge victorious, I'm prepared to face whatever judgment this council deems necessary.
Is that going back to my original vote? But this character didn't vote. So, in short, the gate was sealed, the Titans were defeated, and the Scepter of War was lost to the mists. So it's not totally written out. It's just lost to the mists. But did we see it blow up? Thank you both. We'll be meeting throughout the coming days with the rest of the Alliance to scrutinize every detail. There's much work to be done, including providing the Coden with any supplies needed to recoup their losses while aiding our Alliance. We'll also discover Livia and the Commander's penalty. Right? Though the council knows where I stand on those actions. And Livia says, is losing my beauty routine not punishment enough? But for now, the rest of you can pat yourselves on the shoulder. Dismiss.
To celebrate your victory, we've organized a bit of a soiree that will commence later this evening. A well-earned reprieve. Collect yourselves. Mourn. Heal. And acknowledge what we've all experienced. Just as the Bearkin taught us.
What have you all experienced?
Indeed.
Most of these people had fucking nothing to do with this. Oh, we actually get to participate in the soiree. Okay. Sorry. Okay, look, one thing I don't get about the Livia thing, right? So at the end of Eye of the North, she has the scepter. The impression the players are given is that she has it for 250 years, but at some point towards the end of that, in Secrets of the Obscure, we realise she's given it up to the vault, right? The court. However, what the story really is ignore the impression that Eye of the North gave you. She lost it again. She had it at the end of the cutscene, but then she lost it. And then she got it again, and then she gave it up, so she hasn't really had it very long. So, my question is, why is she still alive? Why is she immortal? My impression from the end of the Eye of the North cutscene and so on is that the scepter gave her long life. So if we follow that, then now she's given it up. When she just said, I've lost my beauty routine, what she's really saying is, you've just condemned me to die an old lady. Which is everyone's fate, realistically, so she shouldn't be too miffed. She's managed to cheat another 200 years other people wouldn't have. But you get what I mean? Like, is that what's happened there? We've just allowed her to age again? But then I kind of have to put an asterisk there, because it's like, well, hold on. If she gave it up for all these years anyway, if she didn't have it for all of these years, then maybe she wasn't using the scepter to live forever. So then back to my question, why is she alive? Is it just because she's a powerful necromancer? Shit she learned from Gad? I mean, what is that? Don't really care. People are talking about other stuff. WP, never ask a man his salary. Never ask a woman why she is alive. Yeah. How old are you, Livia? Get a slap in the face. Could Livia become a kill Bronn like Lich? Well, yeah, exactly. Is it necromancy? Is it like semi-lichdom? I mean, it's so broken. I mean, clearly the idea was she got long life from the scepter, and now we've added all these fucking caveats around it and stuff, and now we can't even really indulge in this ending or talk directly about it because it's like, who knows what the fuck's going on? I mean, am I missing something? I'd love to hear. And if live chat can't, you know, probe that deeply, you know, give me any comments, hit me up on the Discord, whatever you like. Very curious. What else was I thinking as that was going on? Yeah, I like this thing where it's like the commander's gonna get punished because we wanted to use the scepter. But what's that drawing from? Because Odrin never did the earlier bits of the expansion, so why is it assuming he was pro-scepter use? Is it because of what I said at the start of this patch? Yesterday's episode, right? There was a moment where I said, yeah, let's use it. Was that the thing? Also, can I just say, right? Look, I know what you're going to think when I say what I'm about to say. You're going to think, WP, get over it. The Scepter of War's gone. Move on. Move on. You should have moved on years ago. Move on now, alright? That's what you're going to say. But guys, wouldn't it be cool if, as a cliffhanger here, Livia goes to home to bed tonight, doing whatever, and the staff just manifests to be with her again? Like they've got this bond at the moment or something. Like they're connected somehow. They're twins somehow. And we don't know what the fuck. You know, we left it there with Mabon. It was destroyed to close the gates, supposedly. And it just manifests with her again. Because that's what's always been fun about the Scepter, you know. It seems to have a mind of its own. It seems to manipulate and have an agenda. And, you know, it took it upon itself to move. Actually, they revealed that Kill Bronn teleported the Scepter away, right? Of the Fire Island chain at the end of Prophecies. Didn't they reveal that? I'm pretty sure I remember that in some recent lore. They suggested he did it with his dying breath or something. But I love that idea that she gets it back somehow. And I know what you're going to say. Oh, get over it. The Scepter's gone. But I think that'd be kind of funny. Reads like a shitty, steamy fan fiction. Steamy? What's steamy about that? It will appear just before the Guild Wars 3 trailer. I know, right? It's funny, though, that they do describe it there as it's lost to the mist. I mean, was it obliterated? Did I just fucking tune out at the moment we saw it get destroyed? Step Scepter. What are you doing? Right, okay. Collect yourselves. Mourn, heal. I don't know what they're all mourning and healing. None of these fucking people did anything. Hello, Ellen. Oh, see? Oh, why can't I speak to them? Seriously. Malice is here again. Go on, then. Reflect. Why were you a part of this story? Talk to me. What do you think, Ellen? Alright, we get some, though. I'm not going to bitch. We got some. Okay, let's check out these two. I unironically quite like these characters by the end. I know Stoic Alder is a bit memeable, and I do think it was badly paced, how quickly he was trauma dumping and stuff. Poised Arrow I really like, though. Seriously. These two ended up okay in my book. Let's see what they say.
Oh, now that I've established myself as a hero for the songbooks, I figure Lowland Ambassador is next on my list.
My son's confidence has never wavered, even when it should have.
And my pa's nerves have never stilled, even when his son has made a name for himself as a guardian of Janthir.
You've done well, son. You've weathered life's storms with the very poise your ma hoped for. Much of what I sought to teach you, you've taught me by way of example. Bravery, weathering grief, granting forgiveness. I am proud beyond words. Just as your ma would be if she could see you now.
Ma would be just as proud of you. We've had a tough go of it. Come on. We've earned a celebration.
Let's see if this alliance can put on a party half as good as us Lowlanders.
Yeah!
Yeah, I mean, he's a little one note, right? But I think it's okay to be one note when you don't have that much screen time. Get Reed says, next expansion, Livia can't let go. She goes to the Foundry looking for the scepter, and boom, she meets some long imprisoned fallen god and sets them free. There you go. Yeah, I could buy her not letting go. For her specifically. For me, it's probably just a bit of a nerdy fixation with an element of the world building that I'm sad to see lost, right? And also, it's that I feel like Janthir Wilds didn't talk concretely about it at all. Anyway, for her, though, you know, if this really does mean her mortality has come back, I guess we'll speak to her now and see. I mean, literally now, let's do it. If it means her mortality's come back, then I could totally buy that as a motivation for her. All right, what do you think? Who's this guy? E? Are you E? Oh, sorry, Livia. Hi. She's distracting me from him. Commander, come to wish me well before they haul me off to wherever they decide to haul me off to. Do you regret what happened? Not in the least. I suspect the Alliance would have come to the same decision eventually, but time was not on our side. Wasn't it? I did what I had to do, but I also accept whatever repercussions I may face after. And I'll make sure the Council knows how foolish they would be to punish you for my actions. I'm responsible, not you. For starters, I've been uninvited from your little party. I suppose it's fair. I'll just have to throw my own. I like Livia, actually. I don't know whether it's really justified, the way that they're treating her like a monster. Anise says, I'll put up the streamers in your cell. But I like her. She's quite rebellious, and she's not really playing by the rules. She's got a bit of an edge to her, and I think that's really important. I like that. It's good to have an edgier character. So I like that. Jenna's got the main icon, so I guess that would be the end. We've got these two. Isgaran and Weighing Sorrow. Or where are they going to go with this one?
And it's done.
I'm glad you joined us, Sorrow. How do you feel?
Warm. Yeah, there's comfort in solitude. It's easier. But there's also comfort in belonging again. I can't imagine returning to Shadow after all of this.
As Mabon said, you are right where you should be.
To Shadow?
Of course you'd think that. You just want to keep tabs on me, Ren. Don't like your things out of place.
You are a sobering presence.
As are you.
I'm alright with their relationship, actually. Not much more needs to be said, right? We don't need to welch on it. We'll see how they just develop as it goes along. There is a bit of real tension there, though, because, I mean, it's not a joke. He does need to keep tabs on her to a degree. Kaith is here. Iman is here. Oh, they're not saying anything. Oh, you know what, Arenanet, you've done a Lion's Arch instance, but you've not done a Lion's Arch instance. All these characters have to be here because it would feel too empty if they weren't. But the reality is, if I can't speak to them or they don't reflect on anything, they may as well not be here. Then again, what would they write that Zaim has to say here? More hints about Dazlana? Not Dazlana, Dajka. I always get them confused. Hold on, let's try and learn this. Oh yeah, no, it is Dazlana. I mean, Dajka has a little bit unexplored. So that was it. We get a bit from them, a bit from Livia, a bit from them. Commander, you've once more proved yourself a friend of Kryta and all of Tyria. We can start the festivities in honor of your accomplishments whenever you're ready. I really liked this expansion as sort of an epilogue to the Season 3 stuff. Let's get the party started! Watch the speech by Queen Jenna. Several hours later. Or maybe I spoke too soon.
Look at this crowd. Nice to see everyone.
Jesus, how many party scenes have we had in the space of 2 years? Hello. Oh my god, Real's here. Logan's here. Frode is here. None of them are saying shit. Okay. Real's interesting though. Does that Gix is there? There you go. We got Gix. Bram with his haircut. Ritlock. This is a bit funny, isn't it? This is going... Oh, okay. Everyone?
I hope you've all been enjoying the evening. It has been delightful to share a glass with so many familiar faces.
Look at her outfit.
We are
What?
surrounded by friends tonight, new and old. There are many bonds that are just beginning to blossom. We are here to celebrate our victory. But we also celebrate the Alliance and what it represents. Change, productivity, healing. Tyria. There are challenging days ahead of us. We are not ignorant. As long as there is ground beneath our feet, there will be conflict. But we are more prepared to face that conflict when we care for each other.
Oh.
Now, raise a glass to your neighbor. To Tyria and the brightest of futures.
To Tyria!
Oh, we did raise a glass.
To the dawn.
I really didn't think...
After a long night of storm.
I really didn't think we'd raise a glass. Oh, man. You know, doing a scene like this as well kind of just makes it sting all the more. Oh, and the credits. Okay, there is more dialogue. Look at this. Okay, alright. Okay, we can speak to everyone. I take back all the snotty shit I just said. Hello, Ayumi. Oh. Wow. Oh, hi again, Commander. Lovely to see you. And this place is just beautiful. Well, once you get past the smell, that is. Now, are they going to clip them on top or below? Okay, below. Nice. Reminds me of Kaineng. How are you finding life outside of Cantha, Ayumi? I'm managing to find happiness. The Empress is insistent that our people remain involved in these proceedings, so that honor is mine, though I'll be eager to see home again. Nice. Well, Commander, it seems you continue to move the earth beneath all of our feet. If there's one thing that I have come to count on, it's the impact you have on our world, for good or ill. I hope it's for the good, Empress. I trust that it is. Su-Won saw that quality in you, she and Kunavang. The spark you carry within. I know better than to question their wisdom in this matter. Congratulations, Wayfinder. I like that line. That's very well written. Instinct would be to go on about Aurene, but no, of course, she is a Canthan. And her connection with that story, it's all about Su-Won and Kunavang. And what about these two?
I'm glad to see your hair brushed, Countess.
32 partygoers. Hello! This ain't bad. If I had to act as a liaison between Livia and the council once more.
Your responsibility has been fulfilled. For now. Enjoy yourself. Call my hairdresser.
She said she's so stressed out she'd have no hair left to brush. You don't pay me enough to listen to that woman's banter. I'll see if Logan has some time.
That would certainly be a sight. But say, did I see him? Is he here now?
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. He is. Haven't you heard? He's with the Pact again.
As my advisor, you are supposed to tell me these things. How do I look?
With those flushed cheeks? Darling. Oh, man. Oh, God. Don't ask me to reflect on their old fucking thing. Interesting. I like the idea of us just slowly... This whole thing is just a big, long will they, won't they between Jenna and Logan. When we go speak to Logan, I want to see him completely disinterested in Jenna at this point. Did you notice she has new hair? You did comment on her outfit. I noticed that they're both wearing different stuff. And that she's actually looking a bit more regal. She has a crown, for example. Spoiler alert, that's actually Kralogan and is planning to take over Tyria. That's interesting. As far as I remember, I mean, I'm not wrong about this, she never showed a fucking inch of, like... She was very, very, very withdrawn, always. But she's grown a bit more and she's decided maybe she can indulge. I like the fish just flopping around there. Dude, 32? They have done a Lion's Arch instance. Alright. Okay, my opinion is changing of the patch. I feel like it really whiffs the climax. But it feels to me like the start and the beginning of this patch was really good. And the end, if this scene is going to be everything I think it is, I'm pretty happy with too. Okay, Ellen says, oh, it's you. Hi. Sorry, you've caught me in the middle of never mind. You know what? We really might get an answer. If we can speak to Dougal, we might get an answer about that weird glamoured message at the start. You look intense, Captain Keel. Something on your mind? She's not voiced either. She says, I'm realizing that with the kind of profile the Lion's Arch brings to Lion's Arch... Sorry. With the kind of profile the Alliance brings to Lion's Arch, we could use some additional security.
Maybe you could speak with the Vigil. Javi's been doing a good job with them. Or Logan. I heard he's back with the Pact.
Thackeray, yes. He'll, I'm sure the Pact's forces would suit our need. Now, take a couple of steps back, Commander. I don't want them thinking we're together. Sorry, I don't want him thinking we're together. Oh my god, they're all thirsting for Logan. Is she just going over to speak to him straight away? Oh, this is amazing. I'm in heaven. Look at all the fucking white boxes everywhere. I'm in actual Guild Wars heaven right now. Look at this. Look at this. Unfortunately, I think all 4 of those are going to disappear at the same time. Shit, there's a bunch of conspiring char there. She did go to speak to him. The line I missed is the Lion Guard's used to dealing with pirates and scofflaws. That's interesting. I've never heard of that word either. Scofflaws? We're not trained in protecting world leaders. The thing is, they kind of upped their defenses after the Scarlet attack, so... Alright, okay, so we get Ritlock. This is brilliant. This is what these mini X-Packs need. Always just give me a moment with the other members of the cast. They weren't a part of the story, but I feel connected to them nonetheless, you know? So instead of them disappearing for like 6 years at a time, we get to touch in with Ritlock here. This is cool. What's he have to say? Commander, I hear you've gone and got yourself another title. You collect those things like I collect notches on Sahothin. Also hear you buried a few titans without me. Sorry, yeah, if I'd known you were free, ... Free? Ha, not bloody likely. Creature keeps me busy, morning, noon, and night. I'm lucky to even get time to train these days, much less adventuring. Now, I feel like those days might be behind me. Never say never, Ritlock. I think he's a fun character. I'd hate to think that we never get another adventure with him. Frode says, Wayfinder, hard to believe how quickly the world can change, isn't it? What do these two have to talk about, by the way? Frode and Ritlock having a chat. Hard to believe how quickly the world can change, isn't it? I admit to great relief that we no longer need to hide from the rest of Tyrian society. It makes my job 10 times easier. What's been the best part of that shift? Accountability? Oh, really? Do you know what I love, guys? Accountability. Do you know what? That's the kind of bullshit you say to corporate. Like in an interview. I love accountability. With the amount of secrecy we used to employ, we only needed to answer to ourselves. Now we're subject to authority besides our own. And that can only make us better. That's very progressive, Warden. Wow. Okay. What else we got here? Poised arrow is still pinged from earlier. Wayfinder, this party is... There's so many people. And they all know you. You're damn popular. Not that I'm surprised. I see you're having fun, Pokey.
Your people really know how to party, Wayfinder. Could go Stein for Stein with us, Bearkin. Been a while since I've had fun for fun's sake. My pa and I both. At least I swear I heard a few chuckles out of him.
They're getting along.
Just happy to see them happy again. Together. Fallen trees may dam the flow of a river, but the water, as always, finds its way home.
Who is he speaking to that they're having fun with each other? So where are you headed after this? Back to the village? I like that. You know, there's a moment here where the commander could be like, hey, you want to... Not that I have a band of merry men, but, you know, I could put him on tap. Do you know what I mean? I could say, hey, do you want my number? I'll give you a ring with the next adventure. You could hang out. There's like that's in the air right now, you know. But no, the commander says, you going home? Yeah, you're leaving, yeah?
Not a chance.
Oh.
I'm off to the Shiver Peaks. Dawn asked if I wanted to help her with some tasks for Isgarin.
Dawn?
Yeah, who's that?
A bit of a nickname I picked for Sorrow. It's just Sorrow didn't seem quite right anymore. Now, Dawn, that's a fit. Bright skies ahead and all. Maybe not the most profound of choices. Remember what my pa said about dropping formality to show respect? Well, I felt she earned it.
That's very thoughtful, Pokey. I'm sure she appreciates it.
See, but...
Now you, Wayfinder, noticed I did that some of your friends still address you as the swashbuckling commander. It's the same idea, yes? A sign of respect from friends who fought by your side. Well, now we've done just that.
I suppose. I don't like where this is going.
Well, I've come up with something to capture the essence of both. What do you think, Comfinder?
I'm walking away now.
Only a bit of razzing. But worry not. One day, I'll stumble across the perfect choice. You wait and see.
Well, we'll see. We'll get our nickname. It's got a bit... it feels a little bit like the whole Fate's Razor type stuff. The Waiting Sorrow thing, right? Like, her name doesn't fit her anymore. The thing is, what I really want to impress, my opinion, right, is that she was a much more enigmatic and evocative and entertaining character in Secrets of the Obscure. Yes, she was going to get demystified when we met her, right? That was going to happen. But this very sorrowful character, you know, this like, this sense of anxiety, this strange, almost, peculiar, very in tune with the cosmos, but like sad lilt to them. That was like a beautiful thing. Waiting Sorrow was amazing to me in Secrets of the Obscure. And when we meet her, first of all, there's a lot of questionable shit about her characterization and what she did and when she did it and why that I think's awful. And they just expect us to love her by default. But I think just you can't make the characters happy too quickly. She's too happy too quickly. She's too settled. She's too resolved. I don't really care about her being on screen anymore because, I'm not interested in Dawn. I'm interested in Waiting Sorrow. So that's kind of what I was thinking about there. Like, I don't know, 1 mini X pack? I guess there it is. I like that tension to stay in the room. So we got Saida here. What the hell are they going to say about Saida? Commander, of course you're at the center of all things, as always. Goodness, do I want to know what you two are doing here? We've got Kanaks mixed into this at the same time.
I would have expected a much warmer greeting than that, Commander. Naughty, naughty.
It's nice, his voice.
Behave you. Lawson invited us to tag along. We've been spending more time in Lion's Arch these days. Business mostly. And we're not very good at sitting still for very long.
I see your face. It's nothing you need to worry that pretty little head about. We're not up to anything illegal. Just trying to find a home for the club's cash flow. I'm hungry for a good investment. Now ignore us. Enjoy your party. What is it we're celebrating?
It's funny, I had totally forgotten about the recast until then. Commander, the odds were high that I'd run into you here, and you never disappoint. Sadly, no one wanted to wager against you this time. You're becoming predictable. Good to see you too. Smooth sailing. That's funny. We said smooth sailing to a Corsair. Okay, so I've now realized we can press F once and it will get rid of 2 things. So when we look at all the char and all those icons, it is a bit less than it may first appear. Let's do Keith. I knew leaving the Bearkin in your capable hands was a good thing. I'm sure wherever Aurene is, she'd be proud of your achievements. I know I am. This could be big, because we might have... she's mentioned the Pale Tree a lot of times. I can only assume she's going to mention the Pale Tree again. But my thinking is, she's mentioned it so many times, they might put an even finer point on it here, and they might actually push it in a big way. So this could be a big moment we're about to get here. What's next for you, Keith? Oh, she just says, much the same, I'm afraid. Mother's slow recovery continues to vex even our best minds. It makes me wonder whether there's something deeper at the root of her illness. Oh, see, I thought we might get... She thinks that the heart of the obscure might be useful in some way, etc. I don't know. She might draw on her revelations at the start of Janthir Wilds. I hope brighter days are ahead for her. Let's see these guys. So we got Calidris, Bram, and Dougal potentially in this scene with them? Well met, Commander. On behalf of my people and all within the Dominion of Winds, we thank you for your continued bravery and service to Tyria. I like this. This feels like such PR speak. Like they don't really care. That's like the line she's been told to give. I know that's not what's actually happening here, but I love to imagine it that is. Okay, so do you think the Dominions will open now that things are settling in a region miles away? Our elders are still understandably fearful of the ways of our people remain under threat. Our talks with Empress In and Ayumi, however, have shown progress, perhaps in our lifetimes. That sounds like they're not really too interested. Okay, this wasn't a double convo, so we got Bram. Commander, good to see you. Always reassuring that you're still out there saving the world. You miss the action, Bram? Sometimes, but my mum was right. I need to set my own course, not just follow hers. I'm finding my way, and who knows where that way might take me, but for now, I'm good. These are all pretty vague, aren't they? You don't want to talk to me about Cragstead? You don't want to talk about Borge the Sun Chaser?
Hey there!
He there! Ho, hi! Okay, Isgaren's on his own. Very fitting. Isgaren, are you alright?
Ah, Wayfinder, I was just about to leave.
Ooh.
Not the party type?
No, that much should be apparent by now. I am not immutable, but, well, history takes its toll. Habits born of lifetimes. Still, I can appreciate this moment for what it is, however fleeting.
Oh, that's a great line, isn't it? Oh, and he is. He's off. He's out of there. However fleeting. So once again, he sees the big picture, you know. It's hard for him to enjoy a celebration when there's always something else coming up. There's always another issue. He's lived through millennia of it, you know. Oh, God, I don't want to leave. I was going to follow him, but fuck, that's actually going to progress it, isn't it? Is he going to cast a spell and disappear? He looks like he's casting something. Or is the idea he's dancing alone in the distance? I don't think it's that, is it? No, he's out. Oh, look. See, that's all well scripted. Look at that. It's funny how similar that mist gate really does look like to the Astral Ward ones there. That's cool. Okay, so we have packed shit going on here now. Or rather, the orders. We've got Jarvi and the Ranthir with the Vigil. I can't really remember what's at the top of their power structure right now. We've got Real with the Order of Whispers, which is always so weird, by the way, because she's supposed to be just like a preceptor. It's hidden who the actual Master of Whispers is, but she's always just chilling with these guys. This is not a new story issue. It might not even be considered an issue anymore, right? Like, it was there back in the personal story. I'm going to start with Gix, my main man. Wayfinder now, is it? That may take some getting used to, but enough pleasantries. Do you have time for a rather delicate and perhaps perplexing inquiry? Sure. You've spoken with Empress In, up close, yes? I must know, is she wearing slippers? Or does she, like Queen Jenna, go barefoot beneath these voluminous skirts? Is this an odd human comportment? The thought never crossed my mind, excuse me. Actually, I think it does cross a lot of people's minds, doesn't it? Isn't she also barefoot? Or weren't people asking that? People are obsessed with that stuff. Let's clip through the skirt and have a look. Oh, we can't see. Probably for the best. If we could see stuff, I'm not sure what else we would have just got from that camera angle. We'd have had some Guild Wars 1 Prophecy Sin situation. Commander, the hero of the hour. No, the year. The decade. Schools will sing songs of you for generations. I'd wager. Maybe there's one verse in that tale for old Jarvi to appear, eh? You seem in exceptionally good spirits. Yeah, one verse for the Icebrood Saga. One verse for Irritable Bowel Syndrome. Yeah, very good spirits. That's because I'm 3 flagons deep already. I was just about to drag Ayrson over there out of the way to see about finding another keg somewhere. Up for a round together later? That sounds like a party. Have fun. So we just said no. I'd go drinking with Jarvi, Bram, and a keg. I'm sure Odrin would be flat out in mere moments. I mean, a keg for a Norn is probably like, what? 5-6 pints in one? Let's see what Real says. Well, the guest of honor wants to speak with me. To what do I owe such an honor, Odrin? Forgive me, is that too informal? Should I use Commander or perhaps Wayfinder instead? Anything works, I'm not one to stand on ceremony. Oh, you're no fun. I was hoping to elicit at least a few scandalous glares our way. How else are we to attract the attention of the Tyrian Gazette? Okay. Yeah, brilliantly written. I didn't really know what we were getting at there. Loranthir of the Wild. Hello, Loranthir. Commander, once again, the world owes you an immense debt of gratitude. It seems there is nothing you cannot overcome when you set your mind to it. So how goes things with the pack, Loranthir? Well enough. It has been a change, shifting all of our logistical support from one massive threat to many smaller ones, but Marshal Thackeray has done a tremendous job so far. Good luck on the continued reshuffling. So wait, Jarvie is head of Vigil, Loranthir and Logan run the Pact. Is that right? Here's Arena. She's just very different to how I remember. Was she like that? Wayfinder, fancy seeing you here again. Though, truthfully, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Where a crisis is brewing, you're never far behind. Arena, are you here with the Warden?
Wayfinder? I am. My hunters have been assisting the Pact. All of the Astral Ward has. Rifts still plague the Tyrian mainland, after all. And between old friends, it's been amusing to see an organization more dysfunctional than the Astral Ward. But I paint no shade. The Pact has experienced similar trials to our own. I have great empathy for their struggles. And with Logan Thackeray joining them at the helm, they are on a healthy path. I could even see a future where the Astral Ward functioned as one of their orders. We have more similarities than differences.
It's weird, the whole reforming of the Pact thing here. Well, I mean, we've kind of gone in and out of the Pact so many times at this point. Sorry, Cossage says, Real has unique dialogue if you speak to her as a member of the Order of Whispers. What she's saying is just a front. That's brilliant! What does she say? So we've got Skadi, Zaim, and Iman, which is an interesting mix. Hi, Commander. You do all of us honor with your continued act of heroism and selflessness. You will always be an honorary Sunspear in my eyes, my friend. Much appreciated, Spearmaster. How are things in Alona? Every day we recover more and more from the we recover more and more of the freedom and safety that we once had before Joko or Balthazar. Our people are resilient, and our many sacrifices give them hope. Your many sacrifices give them hope. Iman says, Hi, Commander. It pleases me to see you again. Our people will be forever in your debt, and yet you have not stopped being at the center of Tyria's many problems. Do you ever tire? More than you know, we say, but it's worth it. Oh, God. Such humility. Your continued successes gives me renewed faith that Cormyr was right to leave the world in our hands, especially when there are those like you to help guide our path forwards. I'll continue to do what I can, Counselor. And we'll always be here for it, right, guys? To see their journeys. Have no fears. They've got stories for years. We're getting closer to the crazy wedding. Welcome back and congratulations, Commander. You're a constant source of inspiration to all of us. Oh, you don't mind me if I call you by your name, do you? Only that's what Bram calls you. A friend of Bram's a friend of mine. Thanks, yeah. Father wanted to come down this time, but, well, his health isn't what it used to be. That's why Sigfar stays home. He's keeping one eye on Father and the other on Hobart. Do you know what's amazing? In the replay, I sort of wondered whether they were hinting at Newt getting genuinely injured or hurt. And now they've just reinforced it. Before it... Okay, the previous lines... For anyone who missed it, in the previous lines Arch instance, they suggest he's been in a fight. Which would be a very Norn thing to do, but a very vigorous thing to do, a very youthful. There's nothing doomerish about that, right? From the perspective of a Norn. He'd just been in a fight, so he was a bit injured, so he couldn't come. But he's not here again. And now Skadi says his health isn't what it used to be. I think Arenanet is setting up that he's getting a bit old, he's going to get pushed to the side. I think two times, and they've expanded on it a little bit. I think keep your eyes on this, guys. Keep your eyes on Newt Whitebear. And you might say, well, WP, where does that lead? Who cares? Don't forget, there's a huge mystery about Mrs. Whitebear, right? His wife, is that the right word? She's a big mystery in the lore. What she's been doing, where she is and stuff. I would not put it past them to do a story where Newt gets old and sick and is getting written out or whatever. And she comes to the fore and we learn what she's been doing and we learn, you know. I'm not saying she's going to take over Holbrack or anything. Norn society wouldn't even work that way, would it? But I'd keep an eye on that. Wish your family well. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I thought these were all... Okay, we can eat and drink, can we? International cuisine. I just ate some boar. Some trout and some pie. These are... oh, I see. Ascalonian delicacies. Nice. What have we got over here? Crichton delicacies. We got the small plates from the Ascended Foods. Candied apples and roast river pike. Ask yourselves, guys, as we go through these, which is your favourite? Which would you prefer? Pike, apples, and small plates? Trout, pie, and boar? Fruit? Asuran hot pot. This is Maguma stuff. Love me some Asuran hot pot. Canthan delicacies. We've got seafood rolls, Canthan side dishes, and fermented noodle soup. Holy shit! And this is Alonian. So wait, why from Tyria do we only get Ascalonian and Crichton? Oh, so wait, hold on. Ascalonian. I was thinking human. But the reality is Ascalonian is kind of char delicacies, no? Is that what we say the boar is from? Are the char baking lemon pie now? This I would have thought is the char table or the Norn table. Where are the Shiver Peak delicacies? Where are the Alonian? Are they on the other side of the room? There's no Alonian delicacies? Not everybody paid for the catering, I see. So here's some honey glazed pig. Some coconut daiquiri. And some spiked fruit. Now, I don't know how the spiked fruit tastes, but I think this is the table I like. Alonian. Oh, here we go. This is the Alonian table. Okay, there you go. Sample all of the dishes. I don't think we got any buffs or anything with that. I'm going to become the master mingler. Alright, who we got here? Firstborn Dagonet and Commodore Lawson Mariner talking to each other. They're so curious. Arena standing alone over there. It's always good to celebrate these victories, and more often than not, I feel it's owing to your heroism and dedication. You're an inspiration. I had so much support, I couldn't do any of this alone. Indeed, just as it is for my people, our shared dream is what gives us strength and a shared sense of purpose. You embody that with all that you do. Good evening, Commander. I hope you find the festivities suitable. Captain Keel insisted only on the best. The international buffet was her idea. Have you sampled all the different foods? I have, actually, technically, but I'll say to him I haven't, but it looks incredible. I tried the Canthan spiced and sour soup, and by Balthazar, it's hot. I bet my grandfather Kabaya would feel the sweat on his brow. I may have to see about finding some milk, excuse me. That's an interesting reference to him. I wonder if there's a bit in the book where he eats something spicy. Best of luck. So we got Waiting Sorrow and Stoic Order. Now, these two were kind of hitting on each other before? Back when she was just fading Aurora, so I wonder if they'll pick that back up. Wayfinder, I owe you more than words can say. The future may feel challenging, but I am hopeful. And that is something. These are some serious faces for a soiree.
Ah, Wayfinder. Yes, our conversation is not a light one. Don't let us sully your good time.
Tell me.
Well, today I revealed myself to the Alliance, but next...
The Bearkin will understand in time. The coming months may challenge them, but without challenge, there can be no growth.
I know you're right, but I wish there was an easier way.
It will be worth it. As you well know, I'd long averted my gaze from that notion. But then, I met one whose life fire shone so brilliantly, I could no longer look away.
Alder, without you and Pokey, I'd have never gotten this far. That goes for you too, Wayfinder.
Indeed. On behalf of the Lowlanders, you have my highest gratitude, Wayfinder. And on behalf of two Bearkin, who know the cruel torment of goodbyes left unsaid, farewell. For now, may the fire inside forever guide you home.
Okay, I have a quick question. As far as I understand, right, she's the original voice from the Arctic or whatever. And she led the Coden south. We heard about that in the original blog post, right? She led them south. Janthir Wilds revealed that there are some lowlanders, a different like variety of Coden. But for most of the history of the game, right, we're talking about the polar Coden coming south. Here's my question. She led the polar Coden south, right? Not just lowlanders. I know she is a lowlander. But she led both species, right? So when she in this conversation says, today I reveal myself to Alliance, but next I have to, essentially she's saying, I have to reveal myself to the other Coden. She's already revealed herself to the lowlanders. Is she talking about revealing herself to the polar Coden at this point? And the point is that's going to shock their civilization too? Right? Or am I getting it confused? She only led the lowlanders. And that tale we heard in the blog post was only ever about the lowlanders. And these other polar Coden coming on the ships more recently, obviously, weren't led by her because it was more recent. I'm a little confused. Saju says, no, it was the claw she abandoned that led them, but I thought that all happened after they got here. Yeah, she abandoned them after she got here, didn't she? Not, or was it before? I can't remember. I'm going to have to reread the blog post. I'm going to have to reread it. Ugh, I wish I wasn't hazy on that detail. Anyway, it's interesting that she's mentioning them. One of the best things about the last Lion's Arch instance was that little comment about ore. I wonder if there's another polar Coden here who will talk to us about ore. Or if Arenanet are just keeping that stum. If there is one, I'd expect them to be in this room. Maybe the upper balcony? Oh, is that why the doors are open? Because they get utilized at the end here? No, they don't get utilized. Damn. It's cool that they can open. Right. Who do we want to pick? I'm going to go with the Char first. So we got Maya. We got Ephraim. Ephraim is in Janthir Wilds. Oh my god, look at that. Finally. We've got Malice, Krisha. I assume they're all going to talk. Wayfinder, you haven't missed me on the front lines, have you? I was torn about leaving before finishing the fight with those beasts, but you seem to have things well in hand. You were a force against the Titans, Malice. Felt good to chip a few stones off those beasties, even if they weren't fully like the Titans that my people once worshipped. Still, there's no shortage of things to deal with back home. I'll let you get back to it then. So that just kind of was a nothing burger. Kindle shot here. Evening, Commander. You appear to be in fine form, as always. What's the word with Iron Legion Emperor? It's so weird that she's the Emperor, and I know basically nothing about her at this point. Finally starting to feel normal again. Smoder had his claws in every facet of the Iron Legions, so it hasn't been easy stepping into those boots. Something tells me that we have more good news to come. Okay, I look forward to hearing more about it. Krisha. Commander, from Champion of an Elder Dragon to Destroyer of Titans, is there anything on Tyria you can't take down? Should I even ask? I guess I'm just blessed that way, we say. How? Cursed. Regardless, you've proven yourself a staunch ally, and all of Tyria owes you a monumental debt. You ever need me, you know where to find me. The problem is, it's cool to speak to a character like Krisha, but everything she said here, this could come from anyone. This isn't Krisha. This is, like, utterly generic. Ephraim could have said this to me. Dagda could have said this to me. I mean, I guess there's the slight thing she's a Char, so she's extra impressed with killing a Titan. Perhaps my luck will run out someday. Wow. Here's Ephraim. Commander, or do you go by Wayfinder now? Oh, how many times have we heard that sentiment? Well, whichever it is, I'm glad to see you again, and I'm unsurprised to see you at the center event. Like, when I get a conversation with Ephraim here, what I want is to talk about the Flame Legion. I want to reflect on a new Titan crisis with the Flame Legion and stuff. Let's see if we get any of that. How are things with the Legions? Stable for now. Dominion forces have dwindled, and we have a chance at real unity. Now we just need someone to lead us, someone all the Legions can really rally behind. Okay, there is a cool hint about the Kana struggle coming up there. But it's not... You know, Maya could have given that to us. Any of them could have. Well, except Malice, who specifically stood against that. Okay, Dagda. Good to see you, Wayfinder. I wish I could say I was surprised by this victory, but you and I both know there's nothing that will keep you down. It was touch and go there a few times, but we had help.
I heard you had an enlightening experience in Bava Nisos, Wayfinder. How are you?
Always the wiser, Dagda. I'm okay. Seeing Mabon was jolting. If that was even Mabon.
Who can say? The mists are incomprehensible. It could have been his true spirit, or it could have been a whisper of who he was. But nonetheless, he was with you in one form or another. I just wish I was there to experience it myself. As does Lear. What I'd do just to see him. We're still processing it all. We miss our friend. Lear. He may wear a bold face, but he still mourns. But this is a party. Grab a stein, raise it in the air. For those we lost.
Speaking of which, they've got every character here, but not Lear? Lear is not here. Now, why? Why is Lear not here? Is it because it's an obvious fucking... They don't want the players thinking about the fact that he should have, could have, would have been at the Foundry ages ago? That 9 months ago, we were immediately fobbed off of the Foundry because they said Lear was going to check it out. And that is just a completely dropped plot point that they would have to talk about if Lear was in this scene. So of course he's not here. Or is he? Am I wrong? We got Ludo, Logan. I've saved the best for last. Here's Ludo. I expect a more thoroughly detailed report on your activities within the week, Commander Wayfinder. I like that, Commander Wayfinder. This is interesting. I've been voicing a lot, and they've been voicing a lot. This is going to be an example of me voicing it when really they would be. Alive, exhausted, ready for the following forums to commence and finish promptly. Though they never do. Yeah, that describes our next video, guys. I'm just keen on returning my attention to Ratasum and the Arcane Council. I don't like leaving either unwatched.
Oh yeah? They giving you a hard time?
Always. Conflicting personalities, conflicting goals. When I'm reading these, and I control the pace, and I finish before the bubble disappears, nothing that I haven't enjoyed before, but ever since the Alliance sprung forth, there's been a certain urgency in the air. Everyone in it operating in their own interests, as a society obsessed with procedure, we're not prone to skipping a step. Well, but you always were self-interested, people. Or 4, I feel like everyone's mother, making sure they're not hiding their greens in their pockets. Yeah, whenever I do that, I just think, you know how like if I ping a waypoint, a POI, right, into local chat, you know how you can click? This is actually an interactive element. It's one of the cool things about Guild Wars. Like if there's a link or something in a text bubble, they're interactive, right? And what I always think when I'm reading the NPC dialogue, and if I get ahead, or maybe I just want to skip it, that could also be interactive. They could have a little button in the corner of the bubble, and I click that, and similar to how when I ping a waypoint, I click it and something happens. You know, I click the corner, and it just skips to the next line. That's what, you know, we talked about the importance of skippable dialogue and stuff before, and one of the ideas is, well, they can't really skip it here in the open world. That would be a way for the player to interface with it, at least. That could be backported, perhaps, to previous scenes. Perhaps. I mean, that would probably be a catastrophic buggy mess, to be honest. Okay, and lastly, we've got Logan, who's checking out these old Lion's Arch plans. That's the crab that's here in LA. That's a blueprint of this thing. I suppose they're probably just meant to be generic plans. Let's not think too deeply about it. And Ellen Keel is hitting on him. Oh my god, maybe the will they, won't they will happen. I'll tell you what, guys. This is, shit, what's her name? This is Emily from Friends, yeah? Logan is Ross. Queen Jenna is Rachel, yeah? And we're in the arc now where Emily's there. And they're going to get married, and he's going to say the wrong name at the altar. There you go, that's my prediction. Ah, Commander, I should have figured you'd be at the heart of all of this. The Pact would have backed you up, but there's still a lot of rebuilding to do, especially now that our mission is worldwide. How have things been going on that front? Slowly, he says. The losses we incurred fighting that she's emoting at him. The losses we incurred fighting the Elder Dragon does hurt our capabilities. And with Ilona and Janthir in play, we're spread pretty thin. But the Alliance should help us get back on our feet. Alright, fairly generic stuff. You're not going to talk about the Queen? She's like moving upstairs. He's moving upstairs. Oh, you are joking. What? There's not a bedroom up there, is there? What's going on here? You did say a crazy wedding was next. I think the crazy wedding in The Simpsons is a three-way wedding. In that funny joke, it's a three-way wedding, isn't it? It's Salma and Patty. Oh my god, there was a door sound effect with, like, Abe, I think. The fact you were talking to him delayed his animations. They normally walk up together. I mean, they were effectively together then. That's amazing. Wow, so they are doing it. It is a will they, won't they? They have Jenna say that, and then immediately he gets with Ellen Keel. That's hilarious. That's brilliant. And I love that they suggest you can actually go into these doors. Which, you know, it's easy to forget as a player. That's so cool. The mystery of what's going on back there. I mean, in terms of the room, not in terms of the scene that's currently going on back there. That's awesome. Up top? What? I should go all the way up top? We already did, right? But I guess in the earlier part of this. Oh my god, Livia's up here. Holy shit. We almost missed this. One last look at the sky. Oh, good. Stuff with the view. So they are utilizing one of the open doors. Hey, Livia. Oh, Commander, I was just thinking. It's lovely out here, isn't it? She's looking at the view that she's been looking on since Guild Wars 1, guys. Sorry, I'm not really in the mood for pleasantries. We'll talk again when everything settles down. You can be here with her in Guild Wars 1 in your party as your hero. Look at how the world is, we've even got Guild Wars 1 music playing right now. Look at how the world has changed, Livia. The spinning windmill in the distance, the birds in the sky. We'll talk again when everything settles down. Leave the party when we're done. Alright, chat, I ask you, have I missed anything? Anything you know about that I might not have got? Must have been a hustle to get all that armor off. Oh, I'm sure she would have helped out. Good closing instance. I mean, not perfect, but you know, don't let the perfect be the enemy of good or anything. It was a good one. Goodbye, everybody. We get some shoulders. Salvation's cost. Get a mastery point. So how many excess mastery points do I already have for Janthir Wilds? 10. And I'm missing 4. 6, so that's 10. 11, 12. There's another 12 to collect. Ease. Read the journal, maybe? Oh, we're back to on the mend. I will indeed, guys. Okay, so we're going to get a mail for a side story. We have the journal to read, to reflect. And that's a great mini, by the way. This snowflake. Look how fucking good that mini is. I really like that. I should rep that. The mini mystical snowflake. GG to whoever's got that. That's a good little reminder there. Oh, but we're going to use the floppy fish. Right, guys. I will do all that, but that's going to be on the next episode. So join me next time. We'll do open world. We'll see the rest of Barvanisos, where the gardener, Anthos, I think as well, will have more dialogue for us. It sort of blows my mind that the main story here didn't have me exploring the map for a second today. I mean, I got the gist that we weren't going to have another event phase, but not for a second. We just teleported to the end. I mean, wow. So there might be more lore books, and to those in the live chat who can guide me to those and stuff, that'll be brilliant. We will look out for those. I did grab, obviously, a bunch of screenshots of these, you know, the different journals and stuff. All this Masat lore was really cool. So we'll have a look at all of that. We'll just reflect on the end, okay? I've got so much to chew on. I'm sure you guys do too. Drop me your comments. What do you think about the ending here? And I'll let you know what I think about the ending on the next part. So lots of discussion to have there. I won't do a big, long, bag down outro here. Just to say thank you very much to everyone watching. I don't think we got any members or donations today. But thank you for the support. to the people who were here. And yeah, we'll be back to round out the patch. One more episode tomorrow. And we still have Oblivion going on. So thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll be in Discord as well in the meantime. And I'll see you for the finale next time. Take care, guys. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.